that will mute you.
Do I have to keep? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our council meeting for the 11th of December 2024. And could we just open our meeting with our normal karakia? Thank you. Whakataka ho ki te uru, whakataka ho ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā tārata ki tai, he aki ana, te atakura, hei tio, hei hoka, hei hauhu, ti hei mōrio. Thank you all. Welcome, everybody, especially councillors, staff, members of the public that are in the gallery, as well as those that are watching online. Just noting that Councillor Boyle is on Zoom. Can you hear us okay, Councillor?
Yep, loud and clear.
Are you there, Councillor Boyle?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, just noting that we've not received a response. Also noting that Councillor Horowhenua is not present at the moment, so we're not haven't received an apology, so assuming that she will join us shortly. Could I just move those movements be accepted? Thank you, Councillor Brannigan. All those in favour? Aye, against carried. Thank you. Listen, we've got a number of people that are wishing to speak to us today, which will mean that following that public participation, we will change the order of our agenda slightly, and we'll deal with the Waikawa Beach vehicle access as our first item. Following that, we will then go to 7.12, which is the report following the fluoridation petition, and then we'll move back to our agenda as listed. We are obviously, with such a number of people who wish to speak to us and the number in the gallery, in the interest of time and efficiency, we are unfortunately limiting your speaking time to 3 minutes. We don't want to be here till midnight, and so we have a large agenda in front of us and some pretty crucial decisions that we need to make for the benefit of the district. So while we appreciate the fact that you are wanting to talk to us, just please understand that we've got a massive day in front of us. And I do want to remind everybody, including councillors, especially though, of our code of conduct, which has the objectives of enhancing the effectiveness of council as a good local governor for the district, enhancing the credibility of council and ensuring there is mutual trust, respect and tolerance among members as a group and between members and the people they deal with in the course of their duties. Look, today will be probably challenging in a number of different ways with the agenda items that we've got in front of us, and it's not just those emotive topics, but there are a number of other things that we obviously will be challenged about. So, with that, can I welcome our first public participant, which is Horowhenua. Take the middle one, Kurt, and the button on the right. You need to turn it on though, yep. You push it so the red light's showing. That's it. Thank you.
It works. Yep. Okay. Good morning, Mayor Burney, councillors, CEO Monique, council officers and fellow Waikawa Beach community members. I'm Horowhenua, speaking on behalf of the Waikawa Beach Vehicle Access Group. We represent the largest 70% majority of the community who support having vehicle access so that people can access the beach in the ways that they've always done. A strong majority has asked for vehicle access for four-wheel drive, tractor, quads, and for various reasons, mobility issues, fishing, or the fact that it's 700 metres plus from the village to where the people swim, fish and enjoy the beach. Too far to carry a lot of beach gear and far too far to pull a boat by hand. I note the council report for today's meeting notes a diverse range of views, but it does not state clearly the fact there has been a strong majority who do support vehicle access. And an obvious and important missing piece of information. It would be great if that fact could get into the report somehow through today's process. We, the supporters of vehicle access, have a vision of an inclusive community, all being able to access the beach and enjoy Waikawa Beach, to walk, ride or drive on Waikawa. Our group has engaged with council in this process in a very positive manner and offered up many ideas, potential solutions, plus $500,000 of community funding to help secure the access that we've asked for. As a community, we're actively trying to solve the access issue. We've taken into account the no access group's concerns, even though they have been grossly overstated, and looked at how we can mitigate and address their concerns as much as possible, including diverting some of the spending to from the community spending into environmental initiatives, education on how to behave on the beach, etc. So we have offered solutions, offered significant community funding and tried to meet in the middle, but the minority has ignored this. They have not offered solutions, they have not tried to accommodate the majority, they have not offered any funding for anything. They just want you to ban us from their beach. And if you don't, they threaten to take legal action against the council and are happy to waste the precious access budget on legal costs. Selfish people. One of the key things council asked for is at the beginning of this process is to try to hurt the least number of people in the community. For that to happen, the Waikawa Beach community needs a certainty, a commitment, a signal from the council that there is a desire to deliver the vehicle access at Waikawa. If it's not the ones on the table, let's continue to explore other options, but we do want your commitment. Council shouldn't be bullied by legal letters and threats of litigations which are designed to protract things and wear council down. We, the majority, ask the council to do the right thing by its community and go ahead pursuing an access, and I can assure you the community funding would be made available to support any council legal defence should it be required. The no access minority say we can access from Otaki. Wow, this option is the same as an option of a no access. It is impractical when they know it. They laugh under their breath as they present it as a solution. It's like saying we can get from here to live in New World, but you've got to go through Shannon and Foxton and then come down to north of Levin. Yes, you'll get there, but isn't that silly and absurd? Well, that's the same thing as what was being offered here. It's a cop-out. Most worthwhile things do take time and money, and just because they're hard or costly does not override a genuine need, such as the case for access for all people regardless of their personal mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. I know it was a bit of a rush. Appreciate your views and comments as always. Thank you.
Just testing my mic. Is it coming through yet?
We can hear you. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. So
Beautiful.
now moving on to Martin Kovoy. Welcome,
Kia ora.
Martin.
Inga iwi o te motu, tēnā koutou. Inga tau iwi, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koe mea Wandon, kia ora councillors. Ko Martin Kivoy taku ingoa, no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. As I said, my name is Martin Kivoy and I'm here with my colleague Jenny Trull to speak on behalf of Walk On Waikawa. Because your time's valuable and our messages are simple, we've chosen to only have two speakers. Walk On Waikawa was established in response to the damage being done by people forcing access to the beach through private land and driving over recreation reserves. Our vision is for Waikawa Beach to be safe for families, dogs, horses, birds and for the dunes. Our beaches are part of New Zealand's special places. They deserve protection just like our forests and lakes. Welcomes the Boffa-Miskell report. The Boffa-Miskell report draws three very clear conclusions. Firstly, all options are complex from a consenting perspective. Secondly, all will have negative impacts on the environment. And thirdly, all will have major time and cost implications. Reading between the lines, Boffa-Miskell is really clear. None of the options are likely to obtain the necessary consents. But if you're determined to take the risk, the first step would be for Council to reclassify the reserves. And you have to ask yourself, why would Council reclassify reserves that it approved through its own district planning process? Reclassifying the reserves is inconsistent with your own reserves management and coastal management policies. They'll require public notification and consideration of public submissions. Get through that step and Council would need to get consents from Horizons Regional Council. Boffa-Miskell are clear. All three options would require consents as non-complying activity. This is the most onerous activity status that requires consent. Council would need to demonstrate that there is a functional need for a vehicle access way and that there are no reasonable alternatives. The Regional Council, it would take a bit of convincing for them to think that Otaki is not a reasonable alternative. You then need to carry out an assessment of rare and threatened habitats, and Boffa-Miskell say that these are there at all three sites. Council would need to engage with mana whenua, and your own report says that Ngāti Wehiwehi has been opposed to vehicles on beaches, and we all know that the access at Mangapērau would still cross the Miratana land on the foreshore. Resource consents would be publicly notified and draw a high level of public interest, not just from Waikawa residents, but other national interest groups like DOC and Forest and Bird. Any decision made by the Regional Council could be appealed to the Environment Court. So by describing the options as complex, Boffa-Miskell was really just being polite. Lastly, even if the dunes, their flora and fauna and public safety are not high on your agenda, I'm sure that cost will be. The consents process, including appeals, will take years. The legal cost to Council will be significant. Council's own report suggests that the total cost could be north of $800,000. We've done a calculation, and the two Boffa-Miskell reports so far.
Sorry, Martin, are you about to wrap up, please?
About to wrap up.
Thank you.
The combined cost of those two reports have cost each Horowhenua ratepayer around $9. You can mow an awful lot of burns for $800,000. So rather than pushing the proverbial uphill, there are better things to be doing with your time and ratepayer money. Ngā mihi, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Martin. Could I now welcome Jenny Trull? Welcome.
Is it on?
Yes, it is.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Jeannie Trull and I'm also here representing walk on Waikawa, and I'm also representing many people who don't come along to these events. You could call them the silent majority. They're people who care deeply about our beach safety and environment, but they're not the kind of people who turn up to these things. I've got two key things to say, having read Boffa Miskell report in great detail. And thinking it's a great report and very comprehensive. The first thing is, please don't waste everybody's time and money and ratepayers' money doing more consulting, engagement, many public processes, etc. What is it to consult on? You know the community are bitterly divided. You know the arguments on both sides. We all gave you lengthy submissions in March, some of them signed by many, many people. They didn't get counted as 40 submissions, they got counted as one, but some of them were signed by many people. Boffa Miskell has said that there are no other access options available to you and that the three options already studied pose endless consenting risk, time and money, with little likelihood of success. Consulting all over again to help you decide what to do will only exacerbate the tension that we already have in the community. You've got all the information you need. Please make a decision now and pull the plug on this ugly debate and let the community move on. If you must consult, as your council officers have advised you, please be honest about what the options are. Tell the people being consulted how much time and money it will cost to get consents that are unlikely to be approved. Have a professional process that actually makes sure that the results are not gamed and skewed like the last process was. And do it fast so we can all get on with life. We strongly support the Boffa Miskell recommendation that the council needs to take an approach that helps heal the community. It's been a nasty, angry year down at the beach. We've seen some shocking behaviour while the pro-vehicle lobby wait for a council decision. But actually, we're optimists and we're very committed to our community and we really believe that the community can heal. Healing can only start when a decision's made and ambiguity is removed. When the council makes a clear decision saying, we've reached the end of the road on this, no vehicle access at Waikawa, then the community can start getting on with life and there'll be a new phase. To start that new phase, council could make a rock-solid commitment to replacing the Waikawa Bridge with a wheelchair-friendly bridge to enable people with mobility impairments to enjoy the riverside environment. Community attitudes will change over time. They always do. Golly, I'm glad we're not stuck in the past when the attitudes on a whole range of issues. We used to have smoking in aeroplanes and cafes. We used to have corporal punishment in schools. We used to have no seatbelts in cars. But acceptance of change happened on all of these issues from resistors following legislation. One day, vehicles on beaches will come to be seen in the same way as we now see those issues, old school and not part of the modern world. Attitudes will change and things will settle down, and we will find unity in our shared love of the beach. And Boffa Miskell does point out that that comes through from everybody, that we do love the beach. Wales deeply committed to helping the healing process. We're not here to upset people, we're here for the beach. We'll help build disabled access ways if we can. We're really committed to that too. Councillors, we urge you to accept the information from Boffa Miskell. Don't commit future councils and ratepayers to years of ongoing expense and focus for consent applications that are unlikely to be successful. The sooner you make a decision, the sooner the community can heal. Please, no more vehicles on Waikawa Beach. Kia tau tō rangamarie, ki runga in iwi o te au. Let your peace reign on all people. Tihei Māori ora.
Thanks, Jenny. No, sorry. Could I now welcome Deborah Betts?
Morena. So my name is Deborah Betts. I'm here as co-chair of the WBRA, the Waikawa Beach Ratepayers Association. I'm here because Pat is overseas today, but this is a statement that we have written to read out. The WBRA wishes to briefly address just one issue before this council. There are a number of other issues affecting Waikawa Beach community which are ongoing and more likely to be the subject of future submissions. The issue we will address at this meeting is that of vehicle access to Waikawa Beach. WBRA want to thank the Mayor and the councillors, and particularly the councillor officers, for their extensive attention to this issue and for their patience and willingness to involve the community in their deliberations. WBRA would like to submit that this matter has now dragged on for over 16 months and surely has been discussed and studied and reported on to a point where a decision as to how to proceed further can and must be made. The community is crying out for a decision, and the council must also surely be at the point where it wants to make a decision and move on to whatever the next stage is. So the WBRA urges the council to make a decision one way or the other now. It seems to us that all options have difficulties. The Boffin Miskel report states that option 1 from the village has a moderate to high likelihood of consent being declined, with options 2 and 3 from Ray McKay having a high likelihood of consent being declined. Option 4 for the council is to decide not to proceed further with providing vehicle access to Waikawa Beach. This would be an extremely unpopular decision with the majority of Waikawa Beach residents and ratepayers, including many members of this organisation, but would at least be a decision and bring some finality to a process that has divided the community in a very severe way. Please, no more consultation. On this particular topic, consultation has simply led to confrontation. No matter what side of the issue they are on, they have had enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Next on our list is Gary Brown. My submission underscores the vital importance of vehicle access to Waikawa Beach for various stakeholders, including residents, visitors, broad range of recreational users, and emergency services. I acknowledge the work done by Council to date. Waikawa Beach is a cherished destination for local residents and visitors alike. Vehicle access allows families, elderly citizens, and individuals with mobility challenges to enjoy the beach, participate in recreational activities, and foster a sense of community. This inclusivity is essential for maintaining the social fabric and well-being of our community. Vehicle access is crucial for emergency services, including fire, police, and medical responders. In the event of an emergency, quick and unhindered access to the beach can be the difference between life and death. Ensuring that these services can perform their duties effectively is a paramount concern that must be addressed. Routine maintenance and clean-up of the beach are facilitated by vehicle access. Removing debris and managing waste after a storm surge and conducting regular inspections are more efficient when vehicles can reach the necessary areas. Access is also required for the management of the river, which has not occurred for some time. HDC and or Horizons may be fundamentally to blame for the coastal erosion occurring, resulting in the loss of the previous access way. Why was the consent for cutting the river allowed to expire? Does this council want a repeat of what occurred recently in Wairoa because of that council not maintaining their river? Vehicle access to Waikawa Beach has been enjoyed for many, many decades. Dunes have grown, habitat and bird life sustained and increased, illustrating that vehicle access and environmental concerns have and can continue to coexist. Less than 12 months ago, an HDC endorsed sign at the end of Mangapirau Street quoted, "Vehicles, including quads and motorbikes, are allowed on the beach." Why is this now being potentially denied? This council must not acquiesce to the demands of a vocal minority of self-appointed greenies who have only their selfish view of how our beach should be used. Vehicles can continue to come up onto the beach south from Otaki and north from Ohia. A decision to disallow access only discriminately penalises local residents and visitors, and the no vehicle access option must be withdrawn and vehicle access must be progressed. In the meantime, I urge Council to allow continued access via the track in 4749 Mangapirau Street. While not ideal, the use of this track over the past months by all who used it without incident provided a calming sense of inclusivity, somewhat of a return to how it used to be and how it should be. Allowing its continued use will go a long way to healing the rift within the community. Don't block it, it is already there, let us use it. I urge this council to support the continuation of vehicle access to Waikawa Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Our next is Alakahu. Okay, all right. So, moving on, Darren Galloway, sorry.
Kia ora.
Welcome, Darren.
Thank you. I've been going to Waikawa since the late 60s. The dunes here are now fully grown dunes. The place is growing.
Do you want to just turn that around so the others can see it as well?
This is 1978, but I was there in the 60s. 4 generations through. I respect the private landowners for what they've let us do over the years at Waikawa. There was a petition put out in 2021 for public access, and that was back when we had access. The council should have sorted this access out a long time ago, back when it was easy. Today it's a very big job. The birds have always been there since I was a child, and they're still there today. The dunes have grown. Kapiti Council have a green red light system, and it works for them. And I think it could work for us. WOW is a group that has turned up recently, and I think they're out to force number 4 on us. And that's not in my eyes, it should happen at all. The fence that was put up at the end of Mungapirau Street is disgusting. You used to be able to look through at Kapiti Isle, and the elderly could sit there and enjoy their cup of tea and look out. You can't see nothing down. Could have been a hurricane fence. I fish for the elderly down there and give away fish than rather freeze it. And keep vehicle access going, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Next, Matt Fogden. Not here either. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, sorry, Matt. Out for you. Just take a seat in the middle of the table there. Yep. The red light is on, so you're ready to go.
Good morning. Good morning. I support vehicle access on Waikawa Beach. I grew up at Waikawa Beach. We used to be Manukau Beach. It's certainly earned its name now, though, isn't it? Waikawa Beach. We're divided. We're angry. We go down the beach now. It's deserted. Beautiful days. There's no one there. What's going on? There's no one down there I want to talk to. We have neighbourhood gatherings now, and it's most of them I don't want to go to. I don't want to do a Basil Fawlty on them, Don't mention the war, because that's what it is. I support Richard and Leslie Ann's submission. That's going to come. To me, there's 2 easy options. 47 Mungapirau. If it has to be limited vehicle access, all good and well. The best access, I think, would be the Strathnova Glen Public Reserve. That could be designated anything. That would be perfect for restricted vehicle access. Anyway, that's my thoughts. I'll leave you to it. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Matt. And our last speaker on the Waikawa Beach vehicle access issue is Leslie Ann Walker.
All right. We've caught up a couple of marks thanks to some previous speakers, so away you go.
Go far away. Okay. My name is Leslie Ann Walker, and this is my husband Richard. This is basically our third submission to the council supporting vehicle access at Waikawa Beach. One submission was via email to the council. To refresh, the Walker family have been at Waikawa since 1953. Richard's parents shifted permanently up here in 1973, and we have been living here permanently since 1987 and are now farming up here. We have always enjoyed vehicle access at Waikawa Beach, which was essential as George, Richard's dad, had emphysema and could not get onto the beach without a quad bike to whitebait and swim, as did Richard's brother-in-law, who ended up with the same disease. I've been thinking how single-minded the group Walk on Waikawa come across to many locals. They seem to be an exclusive group within our community who now want to change Waikawa Beach, the Waikawa Beach that we know and love and have loved all these years. We feel a majority of people in our community have been excluded from accessing the shoreline for some time now. This includes elderly people, people with disabilities, and also families who currently walk hundreds of metres to get to the foreshore with their beach gear to spend the day. Our large fishing community, who share their catches with friends and neighbours within the community, have suffered greatly. We have tractors based here on their properties and how to launch their boats now sitting idle. When the locals fished here, they always had done so with great care and respect for other beach users. There also seems to be a lack of consideration for any safety or emergency situations, especially if there were to be an accident or a medical event on the beach where emergency vehicles may need to access. Most of the walking group, I would think, bought properties up here because they loved it for what it was, and then they decided they wanted to change it to suit their own personal agendas. I feel they are a minority amongst all those who are bought here because we have had access to our lovely beach for many years. That being the case, we and our surrounding neighbours who will be affected by this support 4749 Mangapera Street as a beach vehicle access so all can enjoy the beach, not just the selfish ones, so long as it follows the existing access way. I understand that the council are considering putting bollards across the now being used 4749 access way when not one person close to that access way has complained. If you do so, shame on you as a council, shame on you. If we want to have an inclusive community here, then we need to provide for everyone, not just walkers on the beach. People with vehicles are not trying to stop walkers on the beach. The beach should be for everyone. Thank you for hearing this submission.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you make the right decision, guys.
So we're going to change tack now, and we could welcome Mary Byrne.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to ask you to stop the introduction of fluoridation into Horowhenua water supplies. The evidence that fluoridation causes harm is overwhelming. Since 2017, there have been 10 consecutive studies funded by the US government's National Institutes of Health that have found that fluoride is neurotoxic at the levels we are exposed to. 6 of these were carried out in the US and Canada, where they have lower levels of fluoride than we do. In August, the final version of the 8-year fluoride IQ review by the National Toxicology Program was published. 18 of the 19 high-quality studies, some of which were from Canada, showed fluoride was neurotoxic. They stated, "This review finds with moderate confidence that higher fluoride exposure is consistently associated with lower IQ in children." In September, an Obama-appointed federal court judge concluded, plaintiffs have proven by a preponderance of the evidence that water fluoridation poses an unreasonable risk of reduced IQ in children and ordered the Environmental Protection Agency to reduce or remove the risk. In November, the Surgeon General of Florida advised all municipalities to stop fluoridation. He said that to continue with all the evidence that there is today is public health malpractice. When asked about oral health, he said that adding a neurotoxin to the drinking water was not the way to treat dental health and that we must do better than that. Last week, Dr. Linda Birnbaum, a board-certified toxicologist and former director of the National Toxicology Program from 2009 to 2019, said the National Toxicology Program is now running a comprehensive meta-analysis that will likely show the linked drop in IQ rate is occurring at rates well below the 1.5 part per million maximum. In fact, she said, it's quite clear that there may really be no safe level of fluoride, just like there's no safe level of lead. Bruce Lanphier, an expert in lead toxicity, whose work the EPA based their lead standards on, said fluoride exposure during early brain development diminishes the intellectual abilities in young children. Philip Grandjean, world expert in developmental toxicity, whose groundbreaking research on mercury set the basis for the EPA's 2021 standards, said the IQ loss associated with fluoridation are substantial and of significant public health concern. The editor of JAMA Pediatrics, a top pediatric journal in the world, said the effect size on IQ loss is on par with lead. I would not have my wife drink fluoridated water if she were pregnant. Right. Communities in the US are stopping fluoridation now, and it is highly likely that it will end throughout the whole of the USA next year. It is being ordered to add a neurotoxic chemical to communities' water supply, the effect of which is likely to adding lead. It is blatantly obvious this is going to cause harm to your community, particularly the children exposed in utero or early childhood, and that neurological harm is permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now welcome Mark Aitken?
Good morning, everyone. Namaste. I'm here as Legal and Science Advisor for Fluoride Free New Zealand, and I'm also part of the legal team working on the New Health New Zealand case, the judicial review against the Director General for these directives. First of all, I hope you received out the information that we provided to you, because I see none of it has found its way into the final report that's been presented. First, I want to address Simpson Grierson's advice, which I consider highly dubious. Their claim is that the Hastings decision means there's no chance of interim injunction being granted. This is nonsense. The Hastings case was argued on Bill of Rights grounds. It was not argued on the preponderance of evidence, which Mary has discussed. That fluoridation is unlawful in sections 23 and 3A of the Health Act and should be suspended on what is called a balance of convenience basis due to the permanent harm caused by brain damage versus no demonstrable harm caused by not introducing fluoridation. None of this was mentioned by your lawyers, who seem to be seriously conflicted over this issue. Simpson Grierson supported both Hastings and previously Southtown Area District Councils in adding this toxin to the water supply. Simpson Grierson appeared to have been captured by the fluoridationist lobby and seem now incapable of giving objective legal advice on this. Further, in his 26 June judgment, Justice Radich clearly stated, in the event that enforcement action was threatened, then the most appropriate course would be for any council affected to seek interim orders. Now let's have a common sense check here. Who are you going to believe, a High Court judge or compromised and conflicted lawyers? Why would a judge tell you to do something?
As a lawyer, I'm surprised that you're disparaging your fellow colleagues in terms of what you're saying.
I'm disparaging the advice, and I'm questioning their...
Well, you're not questioning the advice, you're questioning their integrity and their balance, and I object to that.
Okay, it is as it is. The advice is unsound. It is highly biased. It is not objective. It does not consider the facts that are being argued in the New Zealand case. And I strongly advise the council to get independent legal advice on this if you want sound legal advice. And those lawyers would need to be familiar with the arguments being used in that case. Simpson Grierson clearly are not. I also want to briefly refer to the sham Section 5 analysis and so-called evidence brief by the Director General of Health. This was always a predetermined outcome, as we said all along. The so-called evidence brief I would consider as arguably the biggest orchestrated litany of lies since the testimony before the Erebus inquiry. It relies on internationally exposed scientific fraud and one systematic review that actually found there was an association between fluoridation and neurodevelopmental harm. It tries to trash the high-quality Cochrane review, which found little or no benefit in today's society, and the high-quality UK studies in favour of what? Poor quality, biased and unreliable studies. Mary's already mentioned the statements made by the Surgeon General of Florida and the evidence before us and before the Director General fully supports those statements. The Director General's conclusion is perfect, everything's okay, safe and effective, nothing to see here, no breach of the Bill of Rights Act. It's just arrogant, absolute nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I now welcome Alan Mitchell?
Good morning again. This is becoming a bit of a habit, but thanks for giving me some more airtime. I just want to reiterate the words of the Surgeon General of Florida. It's a public health malpractice. Those pushing back against in the US actually believe that there's a tipping point very close where it will be withdrawn. And yet in New Zealand, we have our Director General of Health now mumbling about taking another step to make 27 more communities take this toxic water. In our district, that would include Foxton Beach, Shannon and Tokomaru. It's about time we stood up. We've got to make a noise as individuals and groups, and also from our local bodies. The Whangarei City Council is leading the way. They have decided not to go ahead at all, and it will be interesting to see the consequences. We've really got to start moving now. We don't want to be like we were with lead. We were 26 years after the Americans got rid of lead out of their environment. New Zealand finally followed. Are we that slow? One other point I'd like to bring up is we're talking about drinking water, but only 2 to 3% of our water supply actually goes to drinking water. So what happens to the rest? We use it for a wide variety of purposes, and when we're finished, where does it go? It goes into a runoff, into our drains, our streams, our rivers, lakes, oceans. What effects does this toxin have on our environment? Nobody knows. The fact fluoride pushers have never thought that far ahead. So my question is, where are the environmental groups on this? Where are the iwi? You people claim to care for the environment. You should be joining our pushback against this misnamed Ministry of Health and their refusal to adopt the latest science. You will hopefully support, councillors, the motion being presented to you, and this will keep the issue alive in our community and will assist the fight against central government that we are in. Let's work to protect our drains and brains. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Viv Bold, please.
Tēnā koutou, moina, everyone. I've broken mine down into a little few groups, I must admit, and the one I haven't put in there, of course, there's always one, is I would like to mention that I, as a member of Horowhenua, voting in favour of Justin and Nina with their motion that the treaty is binding. Number two of the things that I would like to talk about this morning is in a financial audit report inquiry back in June 24, operational deficit noted that waste emergencies were factors to be increased in the next spending year. So we need stronger controls on the money that we've got, the fiscal deficit that we've got. HDC borrow money from government. There should be a comma there early for next year's expenditure so that all budgets are spent. So if all budgets are spent, then they should all go back into a collective like they do in a household budget, yes? So, moving on to Article 7.6, the Horowhenua Beach Pathway, I find that this really irks me something terrible because A, I live at Horowhenua all my life. Dangers and risks and conflicts of interest. In the article it says a community group, this community group which has no legal type name, and my brother, in case no one knows it, I'm Donald Hayes' sister, he tells me that there is no legal status for this group because they have approached Cameron about going over his land and he said no, I won't. There's no real plan, there's just a whole lot of maybes. It seems the community trust has the ability to buy HDC assets, but not money. But they want the 45 grand, don't they? Vivian Tawiki has said to me that Brendan Duffy came and they talked one-to-one, but nothing more than that. The trustees still need to be talked to before anything else happens. Now, the gates down Mochi Road, which is phase 3, are locked on either side by Everton's farm and Trotters. Neither of these will want randoms walking over their farms. The path that's on the location map appears to be off Makamaka Road, and on to we now informed Wayne Bishop's groups has bought that piece of land there. And then, and he's dug a whole lot of things up, which Horizons, Kenneth, who's up at Horizons, is very worried about because no archaeological consents were put in or anything like this. And so everybody just seems to be putting the blinkers on for this community group. And then they're going to go down the Horowhenua Beach Road, whereas in the original inquiry it says down the Arafota and into Lake Pepatonga, Wairere. But the actual road comes around Horowhenua Beach Road and into Mootry and then across the land there.
Are you just about to wind up?
Yes, I'll quickly go through the very last one. Okay, from the Arafota onwards, there are 5 Europar sites before you even get to the Livin golf course, isn't there, Mr. Proctor? Yes, that's right, and they're all looked after by their...
Sorry,
yes.
I need to be consistent.
Okay,
and,
that's all right. Yeah, I'm out of here. 3 wins, that's all right. Please, could I'll leave that question to somebody. I'd like to see that 45 grand being put into new showers in the Memorial Hall for the democracy. And one last one of the Lynn wastewater town. Please leave the blockages where they are. Don't move it out to the pot because the blockages are easier to find where they are because they're above ground, most of them. Right, any questions?
No time for questions, sorry, Viv.
No
Thank
time
you.
for questions. Oh, okay.
Right, our last public speaker is Charles Rudd. Thank you, Charles.
Kei te mihi aha ki a tata kato o te kaupapa I tēnei rā. Amen wa. Morena, everyone. Good morning. Introduction. I am an enigma with cognitive and diverse abilities beyond your comprehension. That's what I am. I am in a so-called democratic society. It is very unjust for the Horowhenua District Council decision makers to allow a voting ratepayer of governance, only 3 to 5 minutes of participating speaking rights to what is on the agenda. And I've got Horowhenua District Council, Wednesday, the 11th of December 2024. To state that the said above, how can the members of governance vote on this in their deliberations when all the facts are not placed before them? And that is true. So I don't know, with my 3 minutes, I've got enough time to talk about all these issues, which is reports on 6.1, 7.4, 7.6 and 7.11. Because deliberations are made by this council without all the facts, of governance, with all the facts in their face. And I can quickly zoom through them with my 3 minutes. Where am I going? 6.1, submission on principle of the Treaty of Waitangi. To take into account, governments to take into account Maori sovereignty of 1835, then the Treaty of Waitangi of 1840, then the Horowhenua District Council's variation number 1. You've got to look in your historical records on variation of number 1, which is matters of importance to Māori tangata whenua. This does not state the MTA or parts of Ngāti Rauka in your document. It does not state that. It says Maupoko, Ngāti Rauka, Ki Te Tonga and Rangatani. That's what it states, not MTA. Who the hell are they? They don't speak for me. Right, and going down to the United Nations General Assembly on the rights of Indigenous peoples, signed by the New Zealand government on 12th of September 2007. You people should be looking at these documents. It's all historical. Come up with 2 things. Now you got Property Strategy Amendment, first right of refusal for iwi. How ridiculous is that? The Horowhenua District Council need to read and acquire an understanding of the Horowhenua Royal Commission of 1896. Horowhenua Block 11 Subdivision 2, which the township is in. Major Kemp, under his Maori name, who fought for the colonial government at the time, made stipulation on subdivision number 2 that every 10th section in this proposed township of known today as Women was from Maupoko Naitara Maori, every 10th section. So where is this, where any reserves in this township or outside this place, like that Maori's got to pay for it? Tell me. It's not there. The Living Township area was known as Weroroa, to be changed to Taituko if all Major Kemp's stipulations were met. None were met. Right?
Sorry, Charles, I need to be consistent.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That's why I said I gave you the front line. Because governments need to understand what is what before they make deliberation. This is why I point the finger of contention. Depends which way the finger's going. Kia ora tātou.
And thank you for writing it out, Charles. We've now got everything that you wish to. Okay, so we can now get into all right, so moving to our agenda, just any late items being done, any declarations of interest. Okay, moving to confirmation of minutes, which the minutes of Council 27 November 2024 be accepted as a true and correct record.
Moved by Councillor Brannigan and seconded by Councillor Jennings. All those in favour? And that the minutes of the meeting minutes of the public excluded council meeting of the 27th of November be accepted as a true and correct record. Moved by Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Jennings. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right, so now we are moving to item 7.1, which is the Waikawa Beach vehicle access. And welcome Lacey and Brent to the table. While they are getting themselves set up, can I move recommendations A and B that the report be received? Moved by Councillor Young, seconded by Councillor Olsen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Welcome, team.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora, councillors and the community. Firstly, I want to introduce the experts that we have joining us online from Boffimiscal. We have Anthony Gibbs, Charles Horrell and Anne Cunningham joining us. And they are there to answer any technical questions that you may have regarding their assessment of the three options over council-owned land. But before we get to questions, you'll be aware, and as you've heard earlier, that this has been a long journey which we have traversed with the Waikawa community. Following community consultation which occurred last summer, in the subsequent hearings, Council asked officers to continue to explore alternative options for vehicle access alongside the option of providing no vehicle access. After speaking with the community and no private land options presenting, you asked us to get further reports highlighting the processes for creating a vehicle access over the three council-owned land options. This information has been presented in this report to Council, showcasing the multifaceted considerations and comprehensive process required. However, as councillors are well aware, we have had some advice over the past few weeks to ensure we are creating a robust, sound process for our community. Therefore, the best next steps are for officers to create confidence within the community and with councillors that we have explored all reasonably practicable options before reconsulting with the community. While I'm very mindful of the effects of stretching this process further, and what that will have on the community, we need to safeguard council and the final decision that is made, while also providing an opportunity for the Waikawa community to have input into the future of their space. Proposed next steps will be to outline all of the options before highlighting those that are reasonably practicable for council to consider to take out for consultation. I appreciate this is a complex situation, and the risk of legal challenge is now firmly framing the advice we provide, hence the officer recommendations, but we welcome questions.
So, councillors, just as Lacey indicated, there are experts online if you've got any questions specifically related to the Boffimiscal reports. But are there any questions? Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate this question might be maybe some limitations or constraints because of that legal context, but I'm trying to reconcile the comments that I heard from a representative from Walk on Waikawa today and the Waikawa Beach Residents Association that basically said, Council, you should just go on ahead and make a decision, no more consultation. And I'm trying to reconcile that commentary with what's captured in the lawyers' letters and the correspondence that Council has received, which essentially says, Council, you must ensure that you followed a good process, and essentially forcing us into a position where we have to redo process, we have to protract process in order to meet the demands, expectations that are captured in that letter. Are you able to speak to that? Because obviously you've put a recommendation around that we need to do a further consultation process, and that's consistent with the legal advice. And so I'm just really trying to reconcile that commentary with the correspondence that we've received, because it seems to be a little bit at odds.
Through your worship, in Councillor Jennings, I think it would be fair to say that there is, so some of the commentary today is at odds with some of the communication that Council has received from legal counsel. What I would remind Council is that as officers we've framed this recommendations with legal risk front and centre, and it is because of the concerns that have been raised and because of our assessment of the situation we find ourselves in on such a polarising topic, that a decision in the absence of any additional community consultation process is not recommended. Hence why, again, either end of the argument, whether you're for vehicle access way or against vehicle access way, it is our strong recommendation that elected members consider the recommendation C, D, E, and allow us to continue to navigate this in a way that protects council.
Nothing further. Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Lacey. Okay, so we have a number of recommendations in front of us. Is anyone prepared to move those? Moved by Councillor Tamihana, seconded by Councillor Proctor. Thank you. So the items C, D and E. The Council notes the outcomes of the earlier consultation, which was reported to Council on the 20th of March 2024, and the technical report prepared by Boffin-Miskell, which outlines the feasibility, costs and potential impacts of constructing a vehicle access way at the three identified locations on Council-owned land. The Council acknowledges the strong community interest in the matter of vehicle access at Waikawa Beach, and the diversity of opinions regarding whether vehicle access should be provided, as well as other aspects including environmental, technical and community considerations. And E1, that's the Council support continued investigations into the matter of vehicle access at Waikawa Beach. E2, direct officers to complete further work to identify and evaluate the options available to provide access to Waikawa Beach. And E3, instruct officers to prepare a further report and recommendations as to the way forward for this process, noting that further consultation with the community may be required based on the options identified by officers. So those recommendations are on the table. Is there any discussion or debate? Deputy Mayor.
Look, just briefly, Mr. Mayor, I refer to page 22 of the order paper. Paragraphs 46 and 47 capture for me the reasons. The CE has already given a brief précis of those, but I won't read them out, the paragraphs, but they are clearly the reasons which drive, I think, the recommendations. It's about risk assessment and being careful in getting the process right. So I do support the recommendations.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to support the motion as it's put. I just wanted to use my time to apologise to the Waikawa Beach community that this is going to be protracted and that it's going to take further time and that you don't have certainty. But you've heard from officers around that broader legal context. It's hugely frustrating, and yeah, there's lots that I want to say, but because we're in that clearly in a litigious legal context, I won't say what I really want to say.
Councillor Browning.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So I will be supporting this as well. And I come from, as many around the table will know, 25 years of living in the coastal community and totally understand the challenges of our coastal environment in terms of maintaining and enhancing our coastal environment against vehicles and misuse and etc. like that. And advocate for a long time for us to, on this council, to improve how we do that and how we work with our communities to better look after and enhance our coastal community, and that work will carry on. As we do know that every beach in our community
any community in our district that has a beach has access to the beach. And if we close that access, people will always find a way to get into our coastal community. So my view is we need to continue to find a solution to do that. Otherwise, again, people will find access, and it may not be the best access that may be available. It might cause more damage or more harm than not having informed access. And I totally understand both sides of the argument we've heard in the chambers this morning, because I hold both views myself. After living again in the coastal community for so long and being highly active in that community and on that coastal environment. Therefore, my challenge goes back to the Manukau community, to the Waikawa community, because you've heard both arguments today, and we've heard the division in that community and the healing that needs to happen. I don't think council can heal that, because whatever we do is going to alienate part of that community. So my challenge to that community is come together. Find a way to work together. Select people that have the ability to work together. Bring both ideologies, because there is room for coexistence. But there's a whole lot of work needs to go around that. Council have a role to play in that. I would rather see us spending more ratepayer dollars on maintaining those coastal areas and that coastal area to allow those different ideologies and activities to cohabitate or coexist together. And that might be things like beach bylaws. That might be things like your beach monitoring and enforcement, etc., etc. It's all part of the equation. It's the work we've been trying to do across the district for some time, but in my view, haven't done it effective enough, or haven't even tried to do it effective enough. Again, that's another discussion, and that work we'll continue to advocate for. But again, the challenge to the community is, I don't think we can solve this problem. You need to solve it yourselves. Come back to us with solutions. Come back to work with council with solutions. Come together. Otherwise, I don't see a positive outcome that's going to. I think there is a positive outcome that can be achieved, but it's going to require people to work together and don't put it on the foot of this council continually because you've got a role to play yourselves. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Yeah, I'd echo the comments that Councillor Brannigan's made. I think actually it's very much been put on, hey, council, go and sort this out. But actually, I'd say to both groups, I think the solution to this actually lies in your hands. Instead of looking to a higher authority to resolve it, how about some open, honest and civil discussion and dialogue amongst yourselves as to what are the bottom lines? Perhaps there is a solution that both camps could be happy with. So I'd encourage that. I'm going to support this today. I think council has been unfairly placed in an unenviable position to have to sort this out, where actually, I think, as I said before, the solution lies in your hands. And to quote a 14th century Sufi poet called Rumi, he said once, beyond all notions of right doing and wrong doing, there is a field. Will you join me there?
Thank you. Okay, on that note, I think we have enough indication from the table unless there's anyone that wishes to speak against these recommendations. In that case, I'll put those recommendations C, D and E. All those in favour? Just raise their hands will be good. Against? Councillor Boyle?
Against, sorry.
Against? Right, okay, so noted. Thank you. Look, can I just assure the Waikawa Beach residents that, you know, the last thing we want to see on our agendas is the Waikawa Beach issue all the time. And we've been doing this for I think for some years rather than 16 months. And it's frustrating for us just as much as it is for you. But unfortunately, the litigious environment that we operate in means that we have to get it right. And whether that means continually consulting with our community, because in the old days, councils just roughshod over everything and did nothing without consulting with the community. Times have changed. We have to follow due process and make sure that we get it right. And while it is frustrating, to all of you, I know, I'd like to echo the words of both Councillor Branning and Councillor Barker that we need to try and get together and solve this as one community, because I know how divisive it is, but unless we get it right, it's only going to cause more division, and I don't want that to happen in this community at all. So thank you for your being present today. We understand the passion and the commitment that you have to each of your views, but as you see, there are a wide range of views at both ends of the spectrum. So I wish you all a Merry Christmas and hope that you can live civilly over the next few months and enjoy the summer while we can. Cheers. Thank you. All right, now we're moving to item 7.12, which is the report following the fluoridation petition, and this is a recommendation that the report be received and noted. Yes, so I'm just going to ask the Chief Executive to introduce this.
Good morning, Your Worship and Councillors. Council, good afternoon, Your Worship and Councillors. You will recall that on the 27th of November, a petition was presented to you, and subsequent to that petition, you requested I bring a report back to this council meeting to provide you advice on the 3 requests outlined in that petition that you received. Noting that this is a topic which garners many views, what I want to be very clear on is it's my job to provide non-biased, impartial, free and frank advice to council, and I'm confident that the legal advice that I've provided to you does that. The legal advice echoes the legal advice that I'd provided to council previously, and what I want to distinguish the difference between is those matters which New Health may consider versus the matters that you asked for council to consider, which is about the role of council, a territorial authority who is also a regulator. I want to particularly draw your attention to, at the 27th of November council meeting, I informed you that we'd not had a response from the Director General of Health to our letter dated in June. We received a response to that letter last week, and you'll note that that letter is provided as additional information to elected members. And then the other piece of information which I would offer, which is not captured in the report, is acknowledging that subsequent to this report being prepared and released, I note in the report the recent decision by Horowhenua District Council. Still at the time of presenting this report to you, I remain unclear how the Director General of Health has responded to that decision. I'm happy to answer any questions and would also note that I do have our legal advisors on hotline if I am required to ring them for advice.
Councillor Barker.
I'd just like to foreshadow that with your kind permission, Your Worship, I'd like to put forward a motion.
Do we do that following the noting of the report first, or do we do it now? Right, okay. I'll just hold that for us and just seek if there's any more questions first of the Chief Executive. Okay. All right, there appear none. Councillor Barker, if yours.
Okay, the motion I'd like to put forward is that Council requests the Chief Executive write to the DG of Health seeking further information on the consequences of not complying with the fluoridation order, and that Council requests the Chief Executive keep a watching brief on the Horowhenua District Council situation and reports back to Council at an appropriate time so that Council can consider any future implications or decisions.
Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Jennings, thank you. All right, so matters on the table, you speak to those, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. it's where I stand on this basically is that I accept fluoride's a poison. That's my personal view. I remember probably in the first 6 months here, the directive first came up from the DG of Health that we had to fluoridate our water supply. I remember I made some comment at that time, why don't we basically politely tell the DG what they can do with that? There was very little appetite at that time, understandably, to do that, and I imagine there's even less now. So it's not about this motion. What it seeks to do is to keep the issue alive and in front of us, and so that we can not just ideally, I'd probably rather put a motion forward to seek an injunction, but I doubt there'd be much appetite for that either. So what this motion is designed to do is keep it alive, keep it current, keep a watch on it, and I think that's the very least we owe our community as a duty of care. Because basically we are putting, and this is the point I would make here quickly, is that I don't think it really matters whether you're of the camp that believes fluoride is a poison or of the group that believe it doesn't matter, it's like chlorine. The thing is, it's controversial. So we're adding a controversial chemical to one of the necessities of life for our community. And the very least I believe we can do is to keep a watching brief on what happens with whangarei and keep it alive and keep monitoring it so that at some point we can be ready to act if we're able to. So I'm asking you guys to actually become the lighthouse keepers on this issue. Thank you.
Councillor Jennings, you as the second of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I'll say is that, look, I think that the motion as framed is entirely reasonable, and I think Councillor Barker has outlined for me around what the outcome and what this motion is seeking to achieve. Doesn't cost council anything other than a bit of time. And so I think as he's framed it, it is an entirely reasonable step, and it probably is something that is important to signal to the community that we are in that lighthouse keeper role. So I would be supporting the motion today.
Any further comments? Councillor Brett.
Question for the Chief Executive, please. Right, Mike, in terms of you've heard the motion, from a chief CE point of view, does that ring any alarm bells for you? Is there any advice you can provide us to help make that decision?
Through your worship, Councillor Barker sought my advice in preparing those recommendations, and certainly my advice was that I could I'm not going to highlight any significant risks or concerns I have to those recommendations versus Councillor Barker and I spoke in, if it was the recommendation about an injunction, I'd be giving advice about my concern around reputational impact, but also that you would need to be allocating funding because I have no funding for that work. So, yeah, just to confirm, Councillor Barker sought my advice, and I supported him in developing those.
All right, I'm going to put these recommendations separately. So the first one is that Council requests the Chief Executive write to the Director General of Health seeking further information on the consequences of not complying with the fluoridation order. Yes, they have been. Yeah. Do I need to put them together now? Because I think there might be some people that might not support one or the other, but support, there might not be. That's, yeah. So, Councillor Barker, what I'm suggesting is that we put those recommendations individually rather than together, because there may be councillors who wish to support one and not the other, or either or.
Yeah, I'm okay if you want to put them separately.
Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. All right, so first of all, we will move. No, we won't. We've got those other ones on the table, haven't we? So, recommendation B: the council requests the chief executive write to the Director General of Health seeking further information on consequences of not complying with the fluoridation order. That's been moved by Councillor Barker, seconded by Councillor Jennings. Those in favour? Against? Councillor Boyle?
For, in support.
Thank you. So the motion is carried. Moving to C, that council requests the chief executive keep a watching brief on the Whangarei District Council situation and reports back to council at an appropriate time so that council can consider any future implications or decisions. Again, right, I'll move that. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Boyle?
I was for.
Thank you. All right, so the motion's carried. And then just moving back to recommendation A, that the report be of following the fluoridation petition be received and noted. I'll move Councillor Brannigan second. All those in favour? Against?
Aye.
Thank you. We're now moving back to the start of our agenda, and we're going to 6.1, which is a notice of motion received on the submission on the principles of the Treaty Waitangi Bill. And just to foreshadow to Council, this is not an argument or a debate on whether the Treaty Principles Bill is right, wrong, or not. This is about where the Horowhenua District Council makes this submission against the bill. All right, so I'm now going to invite the movers of this notice of motion if they want to speak to it.
But just a point of order, Mr. Mayor, for clarification, really, you've said it's not about for or against the bill. The way it is worded on the order paper, it clearly states the position that is making submission against the bill. It's not just that we make it. So can we just be clear on what the intent is?
I think you've again highlighted the complexity of the issue in terms of that. And yes, the second and third parts of this motion do, I suppose, indicate that we are indicating that we are against the bill by making this submission. Yes, so you're quite correct. So references to being for or against the treaty bill, I suppose, are appropriate. Yes, thank you. So, Councillor Tamihana is mover of the submission of the notice of motion.
Morena kia tātou, tātou kua taimai nei, i roti te tuanui o tēnei whare, piki mai kaki mai, whakatau mai. Me ana ki a koe te koromatua, Bernie, nau I hoi tō tātou nei waka e tēnei āta, me ana ki a koutou. Tuatahi me ana ki a rātou māka, mene atu ki te pō, takoto mai o tātou nei kuia, Piki McFadgen, I moe ai I rungi te marae o Paranui, e moe e hoki ok, mi hoki ki te whānau heke, te pāpā ahone heke, takoto mai rā e te pāpā huki, kei roto I a Ngāti Tukorehe, moe mai rā, huri no ki a rātou mā, mene atu ki te pō, nau haere atu rā, huri no ki a tātou te kānui ora ki a tātou. Tēnā koutou katoa. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to present this to Council today. I just wanted to humbly acknowledge firstly the passing of our kuia, Auntie Piki McFadgen, who right now is laying in state at Paranui Marae, Ngāti Tūranga. And I just wanted to acknowledge Whaia Piki because she was recent recipient at our Council Civic Awards. And Whaia Piki, through her faith, Te Hahi Rātana, and the many activities that she conducts herself around and for our community with love is a huge loss, and she must be acknowledged today for what she has done for many across our district and other regions as well. Also, Papahone Hiki, I wanted to mention today into our Hiki whānau. It's important to acknowledge Papahone because the carvings and the po that sit out the front of this building were done by Uncle Hone and our whānau. And he gave a lot to our district and nationally around toi whakaaro, carving, and not only that, the whānau and that tūkore here have always been very supportive here of council and council activities. Today is an interesting day. I'm proud to be able to stand here as one of our Māori ward elected members to present today the Treaty Principles Bill and the opportunity for this council to submit against the bill in its current form. I wanted to thank Councillor Horowhenua and Councillor Proctor for their support in bringing a notice of motion. And I'm a little bit disappointed that I had to bring a notice of motion, but however, here we are today to be able to display to our public and our community about what the treaty means to many of us and what it means to our council and our responsibilities. Timing for me was interesting because this is the last council meeting for the year. And unfortunately, submissions for this bill shut on the 7th of January, and we won't be having a meeting before the closing of submissions. So it was the only way that I, Nina, and others had the ability to put this bill before you today and seek your support. I'm extremely grateful to this community and the opportunity to bring this here today. I would only like really to encourage my fellow elected members to think about their role and what they have to play in our community. I'm very clear that the bill currently seeks to undermine every New Zealander, not just Māori. This bill goes against every act in Aotearoa. Every act and legislation that binds this country refers to the Treaty of Waitangi and the partnership. That includes the Bill of Rights. That includes local government acts. That includes oaths. That includes swearing ceremonies. It is the foundation of this country. It is what our council and many government entities are founded upon. And it's a mutual respect amongst people that is meant to be enshrined and protected by those that make law and policy, including us here at the very lower end of politics, local government. For people that don't believe we're involved in politics, I don't know why you get elected, because that's exactly why we're sitting here around this table, and that's why people have given you their vote to carry their voice around critical issues like what's facing us right now across our nation. We saw many people come together for the hikoi recently in Te Whanganui-a-Tara. We saw all cultures and nationalities walk side by side in unison to stand up for something that they feel is a huge divisive tool that will never be able to be healed if we continue to allow this bill go forth into a second reading. As an elected member, I swore an oath when I came here, and part of that oath was that I would protect the rights of all of my community. And that's exactly what today is about. This bill undermines the ability for all iwi Māori and Māori tangata to participate in what the treaty right gave them. This bill will seek to remove particularly the rights of two iwi that this district hold today. Muaupoko and Ngāti Raukawa ki te Tonga do not have settlements. They are already subjected to being not included in all matters because of the way that the Crown have deemed rights, while other iwi within our district have full engagement. This is a huge atrocity about how our people are seen across their own landscapes and across their own towns and their whānau. What's happening across the nation? Many councils right now nationally are sitting around tables trying to make a decision. And we know already that many have made a decision to support submitting against the current bill. We know that Stratford District Council have. We know that Porirua City Council have. We know that Hutt City Council have. We know that there are many other councils, Horizons themselves, will be putting this through next week. This Friday, I understand. We also know that there are some councils that haven't supported the bill and they won't be submitting against the bill, which is their choice. But again, each of them are bound by a relationship with the treaty. that they swore to uphold when they took office. So today, all I ask is that my fellow elected members genuinely stand beside their community that they represent and put them into place, and that they support today that this council do make a submission against the current bill, and that if required we flesh out what that submission should look like, and we'll be quite happy to present a draft one here today if this motion is accepted. But anyway, I'll leave it there for now, and I look forward to hearing what each of our fellow elected members have to share, and I'll come back at the end. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Justin. Councillor Horowhenua is the seconder of the notice of motion. Do you wish to say anything?
Morena tātou. I'm in support for the Treaty of Waitangi submission against the current bill. I'll keep my kōrero based on localism. HDC core principles of iwi Māori engagement. These are based on the principles that the current bill seeks to disestablish. We ourselves in positions of influence as elected members, and we do so with integrity and humility. We pledge an oath to represent all constituents. This includes those on the Māori roll. Is it right that decisions that would have a negative impact on our community should be overlooked or be seen as divisive? Having the courage to challenge each other on our principles are a regular occurrence, yet we are seen or implying not to challenge this bill and be complicit. How would this review impact local unsettled claimants? This week we are due to sign an agreement with an iwi partner. Is this a genuine engagement we pride ourselves on, or is this merely an attempt for council to get what it needs? What is the value of this agreement as it relates to the Treaty of Waitangi? If we as a collective truly believe we are inclusive and work in a mana enhancing way, we would agree today to a submission. Council is a collective, a group of individuals that come together for the betterment of our community. Where do we stand? Support the submission, against the bill. Kia ora.
Thank you. And no disrespect to the people that have proposed this notice of motion, but I'm a little annoyed and frustrated, to be honest, that we are actually discussing this in this chamber. I believe this is an ideological, political issue that I think has no place around this table, nor does it belong in local government, to be honest. Our oath, as Councillor Tamihana said, is to serve the best interests of all residents of the Horowhenua. So to be supportive or against a proposal, that bill that represents probably less than 10% of voters across the country, let alone this place goes against all the values that I have in terms of fairness and equity. This is a political argument stirred up by people who have no interest in those values, and by us feeding into that argument, we are only giving it more oxygen. We're only, if you like, inciting that inequity and disharmony that we've got. And unfortunately, this country is not in a great space at the moment. There is disharmony, and we don't seem to be mature enough to have a decent conversation about where we're going and what that foundation document means to us. We all know that it's a bad, well, most of us know that it's a bad bill. Most of us know there's not support for it, and in the end, we'll go no further than select committee. It's been touted like that right from the start. And it might be a little naive on my part, in terms of some of the things that are going to be said or have said, but, for me, I think our community's got bigger things to worry about. I want a road bill. I want our young people to be able to get jobs. I want other people to be able to put food on the table. I want our people to feel safe and connected. And I want to get our Māori engagement framework across the line. Those are the things that are important to me and my community. I don't want to be part of a debate that does nothing for those things, and therefore I will not be supporting that we make a submission on this issue. Councillor Robson.
Just probably support a lot of your conversation there, Mayor Burney. I can't support this as I don't believe, along with other councillors, I don't believe we've actually had the community consultation and voice on this. I guess I'm not saying I don't support support the bill. In fact, in its current state, I don't. But in my opinion, it's not up to HDC to be addressing this issue at our level, and I think we've got bigger fish to fry currently.
Nothing further? Oh, Councillor Barker.
Oh, it's probably all been said, really. This is not the forum for this. This is a divisive political issue, whatever way you want to look at it. And I'm no interest in debating the rights and wrongs or potential rights and wrongs of the Principals Bill here. And the offer is always open to, I'd be more than happy to civilly debate those in any other forum or with any other person at any time, but this is not the forum. We have things that require our time and attention that are way more important. So yeah, that's a no from me. And actually, to the point of, if this motion were to pass, I would be insisting on a disclaimer that makes it quite plain that it doesn't, any submission doesn't include me.
Councillor Boyle.
Hey, Shane. I'll be pretty quick. I think it's pretty hilarious, the level of opposition that's been put up to this, given how often we submit on a number of things that I've not agreed with personally, or that I've thought weren't particularly relevant to our district. This is a big issue. This is a huge issue, and we should be supporting this motion. We need to be making a submission saying that what's going on isn't something that our community is going to stand for. I'll be supporting the motion and would encourage others to.
If you wish to speak. Councillor Proctor.
Oh, I was waiting for Sam to go, but I'll have a crack anyway, and then he can respond to me. I mean, I am surprised at the fuss created over this issue. But unfortunately, I have to disagree with you, Mayor, that, a lot of the things that you want fulfilled will never be achieved unless our community is brought together. And it can't be in a state of this divisive nature to be able to achieve those things and achieve good outcomes for our community. I support the idea of a submission. As a direct descendant of someone who signed the treaty, whose voice is still fresh in my mind, never in 1,000 years he thought, as a nation, we would be in this situation. And I think we owe it to our ancestors to make sure that we don't make the mistakes he thought were going to happen and be bypassed by signing the treaty. The issue is divisive and polarising, even as we're currently experiencing around the table. We owe it to our community to come together as a council table on the submission and provide a voice for all of our community. While I agree as a nation we need to start a conversation on constitutional reform, you cannot start that conversation by excluding a portion of our population and by negating their rights immediately. The reasons for not filling out a submission or providing a submission follows the old playbook on how we sway our outcome through capitalising on the polarisation, creating an us and them culture, purporting that there is a silent majority out there supporting this bill. This is typical behaviour that further fractures our community. Let's be clear, this bill promoted by ACT is a bill that only represents the thinking of 8% of our population. The government has already been warned by its agencies, such as the Ministry of Justice, that the bill has issues and should not advance. the bill will not achieve a good outcome for New Zealand or Horowhenua. As a council, we submit on a range of issues, such as granny flats, tolling, speed limits, RMA amendments, multi-wards, highly productive lands, local government review, O2NL, and RMA reforms. Those are just the last few in the last 18 months or so. Some of us may agree with some of those changes, some of us may disagree with some of them, but we still put a submission in to make sure the voice of our community is heard. Having no voice on a significant issue such as this is essentially supporting the bill and presenting this district as one that supports further exacerbating our cultural divide and not representing all of the people in our community. We owe it to our treaty partners, the ones that take our wastewater and stormwater, to have a voice and to provide their voice in a submission as well. We owe it to the thousands of people in our district that supported the Hikoi and turned up in the Domain the other week. We owe it to our community to ensure we let the government know that this bill is not healthy for our community and will ultimately negatively impact us and divide us further. The bill is wrong, and again, not the way we should start a conversation about constitutional reform. As leaders of our community, we need to at least provide a submission as a pathway for our community to equally participate in this debate and support those that will potentially have their rights extinguished. That's all I have to say. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, first and foremost, what concerns me most is that notice and motion deprives elected members of the ability to workshop and consensus build towards a submission, even if it were ultimately that it was an aggregation of a diverse set of views. And because the notice and motion ultimately takes an all or nothing approach, despite knowing that there are diverse views around this table, let alone out in the community. And so the outcome sought by the notice of motion is a submission that purports to represent the views of all elected members and the community at large, when it doesn't seek to receive those views or provide an opportunity for them to be given. So for me, on this issue, council's strength lies in its neutrality. And leadership demands the courage to stay neutral when neutrality best serves the wider community. Because when you take a stance as council, you speak for everybody, whether they agree with you or not. The motion doesn't reflect everyone, it reflects only the perspectives of some, as proposed. And look, I acknowledge the argument that our iwi partners are expecting us to make a submission and that it could potentially damage our relationship if we didn't. I acknowledge that. But apart from seeing no evidence in terms of supporting the notice of motion of their formal views, I can only say that true partnership, whether with iwi or our broader community, does not mean agreeing on everything all of the time. It means recognising the bigger picture and respecting the diverse relationships that council must uphold. Respecting iwi partners means acknowledging their ability to advocate for themselves. Respecting our community means ensuring that council remains a platform for all, not just some. And our iwi partners lose nothing if council remains neutral. They have their right to make submissions directly, as I expect they will. What this motion does risk, however, is the loss of trust and respect of the broader community we're equally bound to serve. Elected members themselves lose nothing by expressing their views individually, whether through personal submissions or as a collective group of elected members outside this chamber. The community can do the same. So why would we take a position that could fracture relationships unnecessarily? Council choosing neutrality isn't about taking the easy way out. It's about recognising that there are diverse perspectives and ensuring we don't compromise the trust of those who we serve. For me, it is disappointing to see that we're spending so much council time for what I think is some political theatre rather than focusing on the real issues facing our community. Councils, as we know, are elected to serve the communities by focusing on local issues and delivering essential services. When councils divert their energy into national political debates, they risk losing sight of their core purpose. And look, I took a look back at our satisfaction results from last year, and those results should give us a pause for reflection. For the questions around elected members display sound and effective leadership, and for public involvement in decision making, we had pretty disappointing scores. They show a strong a lack of trust and confidence in elected members and decision-making processes in the community. And these scores do indicate that a significant portion of the community is, while there is some support, there are people that aren't supportive, and it underscores the need for improvements in transparency, engagement, and accountability at this table. And the approach to and proposed content of the submission against the Treaty Principles Bill is exactly, in my opinion, the type of thing that I believe will erode that public satisfaction in council further, because they'll simply say this is not a space you should be getting into. Like Councillor Olsen, my opposition to this motion should not be conflated with personal support for or an agenda to promote the alternative view that we should be making a submission of support. Quite the contrary. I personally believe in the value of a national conversation about our broader constitutional arrangements at the right time, and such a conversation requires complexity, nuance, and careful sequencing to be meaningful and constructive. My stance today is based on the principle and a deep concern for the profoundly negative impact this motion will have on how the community perceives council. By straying into political debates far beyond our remit, the council risks undermining its legitimacy and alienating the very people we are meant to serve. This motion isn't about leadership, it's about overreach, and is a step in the wrong direction for this body. Finally, I say elected members who support this resolution risk losing the respect of their community, not because of your views, which of course you're entitled to hold and express. Freedom of speech is a beautiful thing. But I'd say if you do, you've forgotten your oath to represent the community as a whole and not just your own political ideology.
Councillor Brady. Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to be really brief because there's been a lot said already. And for me, this is very, very simple. And I acknowledge the passion, I acknowledge the views of everybody that's spoken so far, and most of which I don't disagree with. And my comments today should not be in any way read as support or not support for the bill, because for me that's not what it's about. Simple fact is, for me, is that we have no place to be making a submission on this matter on behalf of our community, simply because we haven't asked them. We haven't had the opportunity to go out and ask the community. I challenged Councillor Boyle's comments before that the submission will be supported by the community. Well, how do we know that? We simply haven't asked them. And we do know how polarising this matter is for all the wrong and right reasons. For me, we took an oath at the beginning of this term for every councillor around this table to represent the district on a district-wide basis, not parts of the district. Again, we have not asked our district any submission purporting to be from the Horowhenua District Council can only go through as a personal submission. And if that is it, it should not be made under the umbrella of the Horowhenua District Council, because it is a personal view of the councillors that wish for that submission to be made. I can't support it simply because of those reasons. We haven't asked the community. We all have our personal views, and I support what Councillor Jennings has said. If councillors wish to make a submission, by all means do so. But do it as under your own team, as a collective of councillors, but not under the banner of Horowhenua District Council. Because we get nullified all the time for not consulting efficiently enough for many, many matters, although we try very hard. And this way, we haven't consulted at all. And I understand the passion, I get that. But I just cannot support it because of those reasons. We haven't asked our community. How do we then purport to make a submission as the Horowhenua District Council when we have no clear view of what those community views are? So I won't be supporting it.
So, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I want to start off by expressing a personal view about the Treaty Principles Bill, and to identify that, in my view, it's a toxic and divisive piece of legislation. The only things that will come from that is a divided community and a whole lot of unnecessary hurt, anger, and so on. and it worries me deeply that this legislation is even getting to the first reading. So that's my personal view. In terms of the process itself, to me it hinges on that tension between us as elected members in a representative democracy framework, making a decision in conscience which we feel is the right decision. And I just want to dwell on that for a moment because that's important. I understand and I applaud the very careful reasoning around the need for a mandate from the community, which has been put forward today. But we have in the past, we are now, and we will in the future continue to make decisions based on the proposition that local government, like central government, is based on the premise of a representative democracy where people are elected for what are perceived to be their skills and abilities to make decisions, having weighed up the evidence. Clearly, networking and understanding our community is a very important part of the decision making. It's absolutely important. And one thing that does really trouble me is that we have not done that networking. We absolutely have not done that networking. I note for the record that the notice of motion was sent out, I think was it last week, inviting feedback from Hapuiwi, and there's been no formal feedback, nor have there been requests for speaking rights. Now, I'm not going to judge what that means. It may well be that's the impediments of trying to get things done under short notice, but that was an opportunity offered which was not taken up. So, Mr. Mayor, for me, if I do not support this this motion, I feel there's a real risk that we will damage our relationship with our partners. We are in that stage at the moment where we are developing a very important strategic document around a framework with our Hapuiwi partners in which we need to understand in good faith how we work together. If we are not prepared to make a decision against such a toxic, divisive piece of legislation which clearly attacks them, in my view, then I don't believe we're doing our job. I'm prepared to be judged by that, and I know that I will get a lot of feedback which will show people strongly disagree with me. But I want to be seen to be someone who is working with our partners, standing alongside them, and working for collaboration and goodwill, and not for hatred and division.
Can I just check with the Chief Executive around your comments around the engagement with iwi Hapu in terms of that feedback?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I do just want to clarify, we invited iwi to seek speaking rights. I just want to correct the statement about we've had no feedback. I had my monthly hui with the CEO of Mobile Tribal Authority last week, and her message to me was that she supported the notice of motion and that it was a positive thing. So I just hate for it to be on record that iwi did not provide any feedback. I have not taken the time to do follow up with all of our partners to check their sentiment.
Looks like we've got a range of no-win decisions really on the table today that we're dealing with. And I kind of feel no-win. And having listened to people around the table, I can kind of listen and hear both sides. On one hand, a yes vote can be viewed as woke, and a no vote can be viewed as racist. And listening to you, that there are very valid reasons for concerns that you've all raised. A yes vote is not perpetuating that cultural tokenism that can be thrown about. And yes, we do need to make decisions, and we've taken an oath in the best interest of the Horowhenua. In my view, that means listening to the voices of those that are impacted by such a bill and asking ourselves the question, who is the most disadvantaged by the progress of any said bill. I believe it's steadfast about partnership. The treaty is about partnership, and we need to be mindful of the relationships that we hold and the people that we've taken an oath to represent. I heard their voice and I saw them march up our street from Tyne Street through Oxford Street to the Domain, and I think we need to listen to those voices. Humankind is littered with examples of people all over this world who have been persecuted for race, creed, and religion. That's when good men have chosen to stay silent rather than stand up. And I completely agree with you. This is not a discussion or a debate that should have been happening at this table, nor should it be at the higher table, a point of discussion. The voices are clear around the public desire for this or not. We've had 7 days to have conversations with our community, with our friends, with our workmates, with Māori and non-Māori, to try and understand their perspective of what they think about this bill. And in the conversations that I've had over the last week, it's absolutely not 100% one way and it's not 100% the other. I accept that the view is mixed. But we're brought up in a world where we're brought up on fairy tales. And these fairy tales highlight to us quite clearly good and bad, right and wrong. And quite clearly this is a moment for us to reflect on those learnings and be able to determine for ourselves what is good and what is bad. We have a document that talks about partnership. This document sets out how our country has been founded. It is a document that's almost 200 years old. It's also a document that has a comma at the end of it rather than a full stop, which says that the conversation is ever evolving. But I feel, and I'm quite happy for my name to go on to any said submission to say that I support it. And absolutely I'm happy for any elected members to have it clearly stipulated that they do not. I'm quite happy for any submission to be very clear that it is not the view of the entire community, and there was no community consultation on it. But we have to have a voice, we have to give voice to those members of the community that do expect us to have a view and have a say and show that leadership.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, everyone. For me, this bill is a flawed bill. It's a very divisive bill, and I can openly say I marched against this bill. But today I will not be supporting this motion because it is my personal view, and we did do no consultation. But I will make it my own private submission, and I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. I think everyone's spoken, so I reply, Councillor Tamiha.
Kia ora me Benny. Thank you everybody for your insightful comments and feedback today. I suppose, it is a pulverising topic, and no one should dismiss the severity of the impact of the topic in front of us. And we have a right, particularly those of us that are elected into our roles and our portfolios, to stand up for those that we represent. And that's exactly what some of us are choosing here to do today. I do get concerned. You know, this council submits on many things. We submitted to support a Māori ward being established. We submitted on retaining Māori wards. We submit on lots of kaupapa to support not only Māori but other parts of our community that seek our support. We supported against a motion against fluoridisation at one point in time. Yet here we are today, still hearing from our community that they don't like what we have to do. And I say what we have to do, not what we want to do. I think probably one of the things I've picked up on most here today is people are shrouding to their personal views and not to the views of the community they represent. And if you haven't canvassed your own community, then that's for you to be answerable to them. But I have canvassed my community. I'm very clear in what I've been told. I have heard from the iwi. I have heard from the hapu. I've heard from kuia. I've heard from kaumatu. In fact, some of them are sitting here. And they're very clear about what this bill does and what rights will be extinguished to iwi Māori across our nation should this go to a second reading. I have no confidence that it won't. None whatsoever. Here we are sitting here talking about a bill, as was raised by someone else, that 8% of the country voted on for one party. The sad part is what you don't know is the silent backbencher voice that drives the aspiration of a particular pocket of our nation. And it's sort of sad because it's an affront to the real core issues that are going on. I'm disappointed that I had to sit this week and listen to interviews of other councillors and things going on online that I feel totally misrepresented myself and Councillor Horowhenua. And I think there's matters of conduct that need to be followed up around those. We were asked at the start of this meeting to declare conflicts of interest. I didn't hear one councillor in this room declare a conflict of interest. But I know that this decision today actually will benefit some of my fellow councillors sitting around this table, whether they actually realise it or not. Because when you sit on particular boards and when you sit on particular properties and assets that actually derive and will benefit from the removal of Māori rights around RMA, rights around Te Mana o Te Wai, rights around land use, fast-track bills that remove the right for Māori to have a voice. In fact, today in the fluoridisation matter, in here, Māori rights to respond to that were also removed by the health director. So when you think you're being fair and equal, I ask you to look at yourself in the mirror and who are you being fair to? Because it's certainly not to a large contingency of the community that we collectively represent. I really appreciate Councillor Grimstone. It is a living document. It is an evolving document. And as time goes on, this nation will continue to develop and strive, I hope, to continue to celebrate not only the document, but the relationships that we actually have across this nation. We are intermarried. You can't take away those things. You know, for anyone sitting here with Māori descendancy or Māori family and you're not voting for this bill today, then I ask you to question yourself again. Are you representing your own people? Their values? The impact on their family and their land back home, wherever they're from? Every waterway, every piece of land, everything is at risk to open a pathway for money and monopolisation. I'm sorry, but that's the facts of the matter. It's to shut the Māori voice out so that they continue not to be an obstacle to development and wealth. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. I want the community to know the reason this notice of motion was brought about, and it's because Councillor Jennings raised it. It didn't have to be like this. But it was like this because in an email trail, when I asked the question, it was immediately hit with resistance. There were councillors that did not want this brought before this council and community. I spoke to Councillor Horowhenua and Councillor Proctor to ask for their support to bring the notice of motion. And I thank those that helped us, those Hapua and Iwi people, our silent backbenchers, that formed and assisted us in putting that notice of motion together and the information. We've even got a draft submission that this council could consider, so we didn't have to go to a special meeting. I'm disappointed to hear that people don't believe we have a voice here and that they haven't provided their feedback. I think myself and Councillor Horowhenua have received that feedback constantly from our people. I didn't know we had to minute it. But I can tell you that's who we sit here and we represent. And we don't just represent them. We represent a huge amount of tangata tiriti. If you don't know who those are, they're non-Māori that support Māori in their position to stand against this bill. Another voice that you're meant to represent. And I didn't hear one of you to mention them today. So you obviously don't acknowledge that part of your community either. Which is fine, because that's why you sit in those wards. And aren't your Pākehā colleagues lucky that me and Nina are willing to stand here, and John, and act on their behalf and give them a voice in this process? No, Ross. Just hold yours. This is the closing part.
Yeah, point of order.
So anyway, finally, to close us off, the last thing I'm going to say is, I only encourage you to vote today to support submitting against the bill. Other than that, there's nothing that needs to be said. Call for a division and look forward to the community seeing your vote. Kia ora.
Point of order. Point of order. Thanks. Now, I understand. I have no issue with just Councillor Tamahana's got it on. It's from the heart. But he indicated that, by comment, that councillors, by his comment, that some councillors only represent certain people in the community. When I talk about community, and I'm sure when most people talk about community, they talk about the whole community. It's not just factions of the community or parts of the community. A lot of us work. So that's my point of order is that can't be taken as read that councillors, when they mention community, for instance, only talk about factions of the community. We're talking about community at large, every part of the community. I want to make that clear.
Thank you, so noted. Okay. So division's been called for. We're about to. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a point.
Further point. Yeah.
Okay. So my point of order is that when a point of order is raised, the speaker must stop speaking and the point of order heard. So it is inappropriate, and it was inappropriate. I pointed out in the public gallery, we adopted standing orders, all of us together, and the rule is when a point of order is raised, the speaker, the person who is speaking, must stop speaking. So I just need to note that.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, my point of order was going to be in a similar vein, and I believe that Councillor Tamihana showed gross disrespect to you as chair of the meeting, and I believe that he should apologise and withdraw, or apologise for his disrespect to you as the chair for over-speaking you, and also not for allowing the point of order to be heard.
Any response, Councillor Tamihana?
Thank you, guys. Yeah, happy to withdraw that final comment, Bernie, and apologise for my oversight and trying to actually just finish the kōrero off. But, pretty ridiculous.
You would have been late to finish that kōrero if you had.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, I'll finish it now and say
Thank you. Okay.
Tuatu te tiriti, tuatu te tangata Māori. Kia ora.
Okay, so division's been called for. We have the recommendation.
I've got a frivolous point of order as well.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Boyle.
My frivolous point of order was that the initial point of order wasn't even a point of order.
Thank you. All right, so as was indicated, we're doing this in two bits. So the two sentences are that Horowhenua District Council make a submission against the bill and that the information contained in the attached notice is fleshed out for the submission. All right, so moved by Councillor Tamihana, seconded by Councillor Horowhenua. And I will follow my list here and start with Deputy Mayor Allen.
For.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Boyle?
For.
Councillor Brannigan?
Against.
Councillor Grimstone?
Aye.
Councillor Horowhenua?
Aye.
Councillor Jennings?
Against.
Councillor Olsen?
Against.
Councillor Proctor?
For.
Councillor Tamihana?
Aye.
Myself, I am against, and Councillor Young?
I'm against.
We have a tie, so 6-all. So the motion is lost. All right. So part 2 of that recommendation is that should the table decide that there is not the mandate or enough information to use for developing a submission, we recommend that a draft submission opposing the bill be brought to an extraordinary council meeting at the earliest date, the 18th of December 2024. This would enable the opportunity for debate for council and for the public to input into the decision-making process. Okay, so the advice I've received is that because we have voted not to make a submission, that we can't then debate again whether we make a submission. So there is, in other words, a negative on top of something that's already been decided that we can't do. So process-wise, that can't be accepted. So as I said, the motion is lost and we move on.
Aren't you lucky that Pirahida's not here?
That was her decision, not ours. So we will now adjourn for lunch. We will be back at 1:40. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, and we're now moving to item number 7.2, which is the endorsement of the annual plan 2025-26 budget and draft fees and charges schedule for 25-26. As Caro comes to the table, can I just move recommendation A, that the report endorsement of annual plan 25-26 budget and draft fees and charges schedule 25-26 be received. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen, and B, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Council. Today is the next step on the journey in the preparation of Year 2 of the Long-Term Plan 2024 to 2044 that Council adopted in June earlier this year. There have been 3 council workshops on the annual plan 2025-26 in the lead up to today, where officers sought direction from council about preparation of the budgets and where information about the current financial situation, key changes and drivers of change, risks and opportunities have been presented and discussed. This report asks council to endorse the budget for preparation of the annual plan 2025-26, which will enable officers to continue preparation of the annual plan documents. The report includes options for the proposed rates increase that Council indicated they wish to debate. The proposed annual plan is consistent with the Year 2 budget and the long-term plan adopted in June this year. The changes included in the annual plan to propose a rates increase of less than what was signalled in the long-term plan are not significant or material, and therefore this report recommends that Council do not consult on the annual plan 2025-26. Council is also asked to endorse the proposed fees and charges for 2025-26, and so enabling preparation of consultation material for those fees and charges that must be consulted on, the Food Act fees and Resource Management Act fees. Our wider annual plan team is here today, and with their support I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions of Karen? Karen, just one question from me was, what does the consultation look like for those fees and RME charges? Is it still, it's not a huge level though, is it? No.
It's quite small, basically asking a question, do you agree with the proposed fee or charge, or do you have any feedback on the proposed fee?
Deputy Mayor.
And just I refer to page 97, option A, the risks attached, where it says that the zero-based budgeting approach based on this means there isn't money available to deal with an unforeseen event, which on the face of it sounds very worrying. Am I assuming that we would borrow in those circumstances, or what would be the response?
Through your worship, correct, Deputy Mayor Allen. Kind of depends on the scale of the event, but it would either be that we borrow, that we need to set further savings targets inside the business to offset any impact on contingency funding. I would also, though, just remind Council that this year we did set aside the money for the Adverse Events Fund, and so depending on whether that had been used, that is available as well. But yeah, you know, this is the situation we find ourselves in with zero-based budget. There is no contingency fund.
Karen, my other question probably was around the waste minimisation levy and the sense that the government are talking about reducing our portion of that, and how will, I mean, I've heard, you know, we're only going to get half of what we normally get. Is that, do you have a sense of where that's going?
So through your worship, it's a proposal at this stage. I understand that there's not wide canvas support around cabinet. Actually, just this morning, our GNZ has circulated a draft letter encouraging all mayors and CEs to provide to their local MPs to articulate the impact of if the waste levy was to be reduced. So, yeah, I think to your question and to your point, Mayor Burney, when council are considering that option of further using the waste levy to subsidise recycling, just been mindful that as much as we will oppose the government's proposal to reduce the amount of funding that can go to local government, if we do find ourselves in that situation, then D1 may have some risk associated with it.
So Grimstone.
Caroline, could I just confirm my understanding on page 162 of the council agenda, just referencing in particular the selected owner status class 15, there's a note out the side saying that there may be possible changes through dog control bylaw or policy review process. Can you just still indicate that that's the intent, that the selected owner status would be picked up and the appropriate fee reviewed at that point in time?
I was wondering if there was anyone who might be able to assist me with that one.
Through you, Your Worship, I would need to check that and come back to you, Councillor Grimstone, if that's all right. I don't have that information right now.
Councillor Tamihana.
Kia ora, Kerry. Probably just some clarity from me on page 95, number 38, where we talk about a deferral of Taraika wastewater network upgrade to ensure that MacArthur Street can be done. And then it talks about new negotiations with CIPs to bring forward funding to the EWA Taraika. Question from me is, are we looking to change those CIPs because of the deferral to the wastewater, and this is to substitute that work? And secondly, do our community actually know what EWA is and how council plan to fund it? Noting that the final comment on that page says we have $10 million of debt headroom available 25-26.
Yeah, through you, Worship. Just responding to the questions from Councillor Tamihana around the Taraika wastewater upgrades. I'll speak to that one first. So effectively, we had a proposed project this financial year around the upgrade to the Levin wastewater treatment plant. So that's effectively the big pipe at the bottom end of the network that our entire Levin catchment, along with the future growth for Taraika, would feed wastewater into. So that project is being funded via that Taraika wastewater project. It's not physically out at that site, it's downstream to account for future growth, and it's also one of our strategic pipe upgrades. However, in doing the further investigation with that work, and I may speak to some of this when we get into the wastewater treatment plant in more detail, it became evident that we needed to do some further work to understand the upgrade upstream requirements and also to coordinate that work with the treatment plant upgrades itself, which includes the lights of the headworks and the grit screens. So we effectively pushed that project out 12 months, and that was next financial year, and there's a lot of work that's been done on that, and we'll come to the procurement review group in early 2025. The headroom that was created with that allowed us to bring a project forward from next financial year to this financial year, and that those have gone out for tender, and we expect to have a result in the next couple of weeks, which is the MacArthur Street water and wastewater upgrades. In terms of the EWA, that section, that comment relates to the fact that there's been funding spent on procurement of land acquisition at that site, and that we proposed a CIP to split the milestone to allow us to claim cost to date effectively. In terms of widespread engagement, obviously the plan change process was a public process. There's been regular reporting around east-west arterial, and I'll take your point that we may need to just expand on utilising the term east-west arterial rather than the shorthand EWA, just for public ease of understanding.
The other part of that question was, so do our community understand how that's funded? Meaning, is it capital works or is it debt funded? Is it a something we're going to be paying off for the next 20 years? Just something simple for the listeners to hear.
It's set out in our long-term plan, both the 21 amendment and also the 2024-44 long-term plan as a long-term plan project funded by a share of interest-free loan from Crown Infrastructure, which is around about 66%, and then a third of locally funded finance, and that would then be recovered through a targeted DC. I would just need to check a development contribution policy, which is a public document, but I'm pretty certain that is 100% funded by the future development. So effectively, every section that's developed in that Tara Ika share development would take a percentage share and contribution to repay that. So funded by the development, effectively, is the message to the community.
Thank you, Karen. So we have recommendation C. Is there anyone ready to move? Councillor Jennings, seconded by Councillor Brannigan. Thank you. Any discussion or debate on that item? Councillor Jennings.
I won't speak very long, Mr. Mayor, just to say that obviously this piece of work has been subject to a number of workshops. I think that while there is obviously council is not hugely happy about the level of rates increase, it's exactly what we said it's what we said in terms of the long-term plan, and that yes, look, it has been a continuation of that continuing, that continued challenging choices, and so, look, I think that the effort that council has made to further reduce that rates increase down from what the LTP said down to that 9.3 is commendable. So I think we should stick to the LTP and execute in terms of what's proposed.
Doesn't appear to be any further discussion or debate, so I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Tamihana, so noted. Councillor Boyle?
Sorry, I'm for.
4. Thank you. All right, so moving to E. The council notes that further information about the capital program will be presented in a council workshop early in 2025, with any decisions required to be presented to a subsequent council meeting. Happy to move. Councillor Jennings, and seconded by Councillor Olsen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. If the council endorsed the proposed fees and charges schedule. Moved by Councillor Brannigan, seconded by Councillor Jennings. Any discussion? Put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. And G. The council agree not to consult on the annual plan. Can we say 2025-26? Because it considers that there are no significant or material changes from the long-term plan 2024 to 2044. Happy to move. So Councillor Jennings, Councillor Olsen, moving and seconding. Is there any discussion on that? Councillor Jennings.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is probably one just to just say a couple of words on, again, through the workshopping process. I think there's been consensus that when there is no real need to consult, that we are sticking to the plan with some minor adjustments, and that there is an element of consultation fatigue out there with various things, not just local government, but I think that this is the way to go in terms of allowing the business to focus on other really important things in terms of our top 12 priorities and other things that are on to-do list, and so by not doing this consultation process just for the sake of it, I think is a sensible decision. So.
And we're not limiting people's ability to be able to contribute or put forward ideas and things towards an annual plan that we, well, it is only December. We won't be adopting an annual plan until June next year, so still plenty of opportunity for people to contribute to that. Put the recommendation, all those in favour? Against? Councillor Tamihana, thank you. Councillor Boyle, just checking.
I'm in favour.
Thank you. And H, that council endorse the preparation of consultation material for consultation on new fees in RMA and Food Act fees. Moved by Councillor Jennings, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right. Yeah, look, that may have seemed a quick and easy sort of subject that we've done, but I think the work that has already gone on with the workshops that we've had in the last month or two have meant that we can get on and I think stick to the plan, which is what we said. And to be honest, consulting like we have done over the last 2 years, another round of that would have, as Councillor Jennings suggested, would have induced some fatigue, I'm sure. All right, moving on to 7.3, the draft Local Waters Combined Bylaw 2025. And Daniel's coming to the table. While he does that, can I move that the report be received and recognised as significant? Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. No further poems today. Would like to remind Council, over the last 6 months, we've undertaken a number of briefings around updating of the revised Three Waters bylaw. So that incorporates our Trade Waste Bylaw 2015, Local Bylaw 2020, and also the revoked Wastewater Bylaw from 2015. It also introduces a new bylaw covering stormwater. So I'd like to acknowledge the work of the team that's sat behind me to provide a thorough process. We're effectively seeking approval today to go out to the community with the bylaw that's attached. It's really important also to note that Council have made a decision around what the future may look like in terms of working with our neighbours for a water CCO. We'll be focused next year on a consultation process, delivery of water service delivery plans. We'll also need to, I suppose it's really also important to note that regardless of where that results, Council still require a bylaw. It's really important for us to educate and enforce important interaction with the Three Waters and our natural environment. So really important to have a bylaw that sits there to provide that. But effectively, yesterday, the government introduced the Local Water Services Bill. We've done an initial review, and effectively the direction that we've taken with this bylaw is very well aligned in terms of our ability to review and take account of those new legislative requirements once that bill does come into force. And I'm happy to talk to some of those in more detail, or if there's specific questions around that. We have, obviously haven't covered that in the report. The bill only came out yesterday, but I would take the bylaw as read. But if there was questions specifically around the new bill and what that may mean for bylaws, I'm happy to respond to those as well.
Any questions for Daniel? Councillor Tamihana, sorry.
Hey Dan, just a couple of parts from me, just looking through the bylaw and what's in here. I note that there's nothing in here mentioned about Te Mana o Te Wai, or those standards. There's nothing in here about the treaty and our responsibilities. Yet, under Māori, it says that we partner with tangata whenua, one of Council's 5 community outcomes. We will work with iwi and hapu, and their contributions are represented and their status is publicly recognised. So how are they recognised when neither the treaty or Te Mana o Te Wai or other statutory tools are not recognised in this bylaw? And that includes customary rights.
I certainly take an action. I suppose highlighting that this is going out for consultation. It's not necessarily the final form, it's in draft form. I will take an action to come back with more detail in a response to Councillor Tamihana, but at a certain level, there would be an expectation that those, the tiriti, the principles around Te Mana o Te Wai would sit as overarching objectives that the bylaw would be there to actually reinforce and implement, and that we are at a kind of a lower order of focus, but acknowledging that in terms of how the final bylaw is shaped, that we need to draw a line of connection as to where it sits in the wider regulation and framework around those principles. So I'll take an action. I don't have a full response that I can put to you today, but certainly acknowledge your perspective that you've shared there in terms of how we've looked at that.
That's a subsequent point to follow on. The other thing is this council are working on a climate action plan. This bylaw should also make sure that it's aligning to any decisions that are happening around climate change and actions, because we're talking about waters.
Nothing further? Thank you, Daniel. So we are doing, now moving to recommendations C, D, E and F. Is there anyone prepared to move? Oh, Deputy Mayor Allen.
Mr. Mayor, could we treat F separately? I've just got a thought on that.
Okay, so recommendations C, D and E. Seconded by Councillor Jennings. Any further discussion? Councillor Tamiya.
I would only be happy to support the motions if I know that those matters I've just raised are actually going to be incorporated and brought back to the table.
I think we can acknowledge that Daniel has noted those and requests, and will no doubt be at the time of consultation and different things like that. We'll come back to the table with responses in those space. Or have you got a further comment?
I suppose I'm just mindful of the feedback we had from Councillor Boyle at our last meeting around his particular views around some aspects of the public places bylaw not being picked up from when issues were raised at a council meeting to then when it was adopted. So I think just my advice to the table is that it might be worthwhile considering either a noting in the minutes or a resolution, because what I'm hearing is that there's some work to do to make sure that when we bring the final bylaw back, that officers are providing advice to the table on how the principles of the treaty and Te Mana o Te Wai are reflected in the bylaw, as well as any implications of our climate action plan. And so again, just reflecting on the feedback from Councillor Boyle at the last meeting, if it's not an emotion, then it's really easy for councillors' comments to be missed in our follow-up work.
Okay, so in acknowledgement of those comments, we might come back to that question following or is it, do we have to move that first before we actually move on to the others? Deputy Mayor.
Just for clarity and noting the concerns raised by Councillor Tamihana, is this about actually bringing back the changes, reworking the bylaw to ensure those things are put into the draft so that we have certainty around those matters being included in the draft bylaw? To me, that seems the safest option. It means delay, but it's about getting it right, I think.
Yeah. Can I comment on that, and I'll defer to Mr. Haig. I suppose my reflection and comment to the table would be we have workshopped this on a significant number of occasions. If we delay this, we need to do some work pre-Christmas because we can't afford to not be out for consultation by March. Like, we need to be consulted. Our intention is to commence consultation January. And that is to ensure that we are lined up for the start of the new financial year. Because while the bylaw has a whole lot of non-financial drivers, there is some financial drivers that underpin it around our trade waste in particular. It's an option for council. I just want you to be aware of the risk that by delaying it, it means we're not ready with a new bylaw for 1 July. An option is that So council might want to consider that option, but you might also want to consider the option that you ask officers to, in the consultation, ask for feedback, but in the final report that comes to the hearings committee and then subsequent to council, some advice around how we can treat, how we can give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai, the treaty principles and the climate action plan in the bylaw.
I see Councillor Tamihana nodding his head there. Are you comfortable with that approach? Okay. And we'll capture that after we've in the minutes. All right. So recommendations C, D and E. Put all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. And F, Deputy Mayor Allen.
Just in speaking to that, Mr. Mayor, the proposal is to be heard by the hearings committee. I'm personally comfortable with that. However, I'm also aware of the magnitude of this bylaw. It is a very significant bylaw, which touches more than just the delivery of water services, as we've heard. And so I just wish to raise with the table the opportunity whether people feel that the resolution could include the invitation to any other interested councillors to be part of that hearing should they so desire to be. Now, I'm not promoting that necessarily, but I'm putting it out as an option for discussion if people do have a passion about this, who do not sit on the hearings committee and would like to be part of the process. And if there's silence, I'm happy to move the resolution as it stands.
Probably some councillors may be a little sort of surprised possibly at that suggestion, and maybe we just or interested councillors be added to the resolution in case there are others who on reflection may wish to be part of it, rather than making a statement now not knowing, understanding either the process or how that what entails.
Happy in that case to move the resolution with the additional words acting under delegated authority, insert the words along with other interested councillors, and then that enables that to happen should people wish to do so.
So Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jennings is seconding that motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So for those that are interested in being part of that, no doubt at the time when we come to, post consultation before hearings are done, then we'll seek expressions of interest to be able to continue or be on the hearings rather than committing anybody now. Makes sense? Okay. Councillor Jennings.
Mr. Mayor, can we just take a moment just to acknowledge the efforts of Justine and the team in putting together the bylaw? I wanted to do it as part of the debate, but they got a little bit sync. So I just wanted to acknowledge all of her hard work, and I thought that the workshops that were conducted really gave us a significant opportunity to feed into that and really shape the scope of the bylaw. And so just wanted to acknowledge her efforts and the wider team.
Thank you. That's well noted. Okay, so would the Chief Executive like to frame another recommendation following and capture the intent of what Councillor Tamihana wants us to do?
That officers prepare advice for the Hearings Committee and Council when considering the Waters bylaws to give consideration to how the Climate Change Action Plan Treaty of Waitangi / Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the Te Mana o Te Wai principles are reflected in the bylaws.
Councillor Tamihana, are you comfortable with that recommendation?
Yeah, I am, but the pedantic side of me says I would put Te Mana o Te Wai first. I have to do this. Climate action change second, and then Te Tiriti.
Just also a point of clarification in terms of the consultation. Would these items feed into any consultation we did as well?
Through your worship, to be pedantic, no, because you're not adopting the bylaw and the statement of proposal with that consideration in it. You're asking the Chief Executive to come back and provide you advice on that to feed in to that process.
Sorry, Councillor Tamihana, you're moving that recommendation, seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right. Now, item 7.4, which is the Property Strategy Amendment, first right of refusal for iwi. And after an earlier conversation that I had with Councillor Tamihana, there may be a conversation that we need to have first, and before we get to this item. He takes his notes. Thank you.
Sorry, I just think
that's all
right. Kia ora. Yeah, this is an important piece of work, but what I raised earlier with the Mayor actually was I was concerned about this proposal going through today given the nature of the day, but also I think in reading the document I think there's some work that still needs to be fleshed out before it can actually come back before council substantially and be considered more fully. And so I'm asking to lay a motion on the table today to lay the matter on the table for early in the new year. So that's what I've raised, and I'd like to speak after if it progresses.
Well, it's a procedural motion, so we don't actually debate it. We just put the procedure and then vote.
Kapai.
Kapai?
Yeah. I suppose I should say then, the reason I'm doing this also, we wanted is because I was concerned about a matter of conflict being raised about me.
Okay.
And I'm sure others, so I want the public to know that that's being raised against me.
Okay.
But I still believe the matter isn't quite ready to be decided upon today. But the matter of conflicts I would like to address somewhere.
Sometime. Okay, so Councillor Proctor.
I want to agree with Councillor Tamihana on this.
So can I, because it's procedural, we're not having a discussion or debate about it? No, because if you're happy to move the recommendation that it lays on the table, then we just go straight to a vote on that item. If that vote is lost, then obviously we will go back to the substantive report and motion. But you will have an opportunity to speak to that when it does come back to the table. Yes? Or prior to it. Yeah. Yeah, no, not then. So is there a seconder to the recommendation that it lays on the table? Councillor Grimstone, thank you. So by raise of hands, all those in favour? Against? Sorry, Councillor Boyle, was that against or for?
That was against.
Against, thank you. Okay, so the motion is carried. The matter is now lies on the table to be brought back early as possible in the 2025 calendar year. Thank you. Okay, so we're now moving to item 7.5, which is the endorsement of Horowhenua Tour, the Horizons Region Spaces and Places Plan for Support and Recreation. And we've got a team of people here from that are going to join Lacey. And while they get settled, can I just move that the report be received and recognised as not significant? Thank you, Councillor Allen. All those in favour? Against, carried. Welcome.
Kia ora, and thank you. I am happy to essentially take this report as read and mindful that councillors have already received some briefing notes last week ahead of this item today. I'll also just note that I am not the report writer for this. I'm not Mark Hammond. However, I have been working alongside him on this. Joining me today is Colin Stone and Carl Johnson, and they are here if need be to answer any questions that you may have. Just a couple of key points that I do want to ensure that council is aware of is that by endorsing this report, it doesn't commit council to all of the recommendations within Hierarchy Tour. It is simply acknowledging those recommendations. And that council is currently, as you are well aware, undertaking its own piece of work, the Recreational Strategic Investment Framework that was requested during the long-term plan process, and that piece of work will align and speak to Hierarchy Tour, noting that the Recreational Strategic Investment Framework is more localised, based around Horowhenua District. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Gentlemen, I don't want to get you all this way up here and have you sitting at the table to not answer anything. But look, first up, this is, I think, a great step forward. We've been talking about this for a number of years, so to finally see something, as comprehensive as you've been able to deliver, I think is a major step forward, and I congratulate you on finally getting this to this stage, because we talk a lot about infrastructure and things like that, but open spaces obviously are a key part of our service delivery, and so to be able to see the number of things that are on the table and that there is a wider regional approach to sport and recreation and open spaces around the region, I think is great. And we can't afford to operate in isolation anymore, that we need our partners and regional partners to do. So I just want to acknowledge the progress that we're making, and hopefully over the next 2 or 3 years that there will be further progress. But if you wish to comment or you're welcome to do so.
Sorry, technology. Firstly, just introduce myself. So I'm Carl Johnston. I'm the General Manager at Sport Manawatu. In a previous life, I was at Manawatu District Council as a Community Assets Manager, so I've got fairly good, been within local government for 20 odd years, so fairly good, know how these things work. So just like to introduce myself. Been there about 5 months now. And so this endorsement of this Iraki Tour Spaces and Places is a tool that you and your officers can utilise for and proponent groups that approach you for the facility space. So it's all 7 of the councils have now within the Horizons region have endorsed this now, assuming this goes through. Just like to take this time to introduce myself. So thank you, and Colin from Sport New Zealand.
Kia ora tātou, Colin Stone, Toko Ingoa. I'm the Regional Partnership Manager for Ihi Aotearoa Sport New Zealand, based in Wellington, covering the Central and Lower North Island. And I just think from our perspective, just to, reassure Council that these projects are running all around the country, and some of them are proving to be phenomenally successful in terms of a strategic and regional approach to not just facility development, and I don't want you to think it's always about development, it's actually about utilisation and ensuring that the assets that you have now are well utilised by your community and are optimised. So great successes around the country, and we're looking forward to great successes in this region as well. So kia ora.
Kesa Tamiha.
Good afternoon, and thanks for the work and the report. So there's a lot of good work going on here. I suppose one of the things that probably didn't allude me to were there any risks that the assessment came up with our current facilities, and with the predicted growth here, do we have the space to continue to grow sport within our district with what we already have, or should we be looking at additional spaces as growth comes on?
Thank you for the question, through your worship. I think this highlights the opportunities within the district and how we can contribute to the wider regional framework of sport and recreation. And then more localised, we'll be able to ascertain the growth aspect and what it is that we can accommodate through our strategic framework.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I suppose why I'm asking the question is because we already have lots of sports grounds and facilities and assets, but quite often what we're finding out there is many of our people are still having to travel outside of the district for particular types of sports, or travelling within the district to achieve types of sports. Example, hockey, you have to travel to live in and to be able to participate. Netball, you have to come to live in if you want to participate. And so what I'm saying is, as growth goes on, I think it would be useful that a strategy like this actually eludes council, that we're running risk of running out of the appropriate grounds. Actually, there's cost factors on families to participate, to consider, and travel and all of that stuff to consider. That I'm just thinking logically, this community's predicted it's going to grow to a number. I just want to know that there's work in behind the scenes that's going to, at any time, give us a red flag to say, hey, we can't deliver this sport, or a bigger club or something that's going to absorb us. As an example, Palmerston North could absorb us for some of these sports, and next minute we've got everyone from Horowhenua travelling to Manawatu to participate in the sport because we actually haven't effectively noticed that it's going to happen. And that gives different impacts on families and individuals that, for me, I want to ensure we're thinking about. So that's all right. But thank you, guys, and appreciate meeting you both today.
Can I just make a comment to the points that you've raised there, and that Colin, Carl, myself, Mark, Brent meet regularly and do discuss the risks, as well as the wider Sport Manawatu team, discuss the risks and opportunities within this, mahi. It is certainly something that is within our frame of mind.
If you may, and just, sorry.
Through your worship, I just want to remind the table that you've committed to the integrated growth. As part of our integrated growth priority, we've obviously got that piece of work around understanding the needs and investment required around sport and recreation. And so obviously there's a focus priority around aquatics and the Donnelly Park area, but the work is far broader than that. And so just a reminder that you have approved that scope as council, and that work, I think, is out for tender at the moment and on track to be achieved by June 24, which kind of becomes our, I suppose that's the local part of this regional work.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Oh no, I'm used to it. No, just also to note the recreation investment framework, how that piece of work fits into. That was all there. Thanks.
Councillor Grimston. Well, since you're looking for questions, I'm quite keen for you to just unpack the statement for me. Participation trends, sporting codes in Foxton, whether a network delivery approach for sporting delivery. Can you just unpack what that actually looks like in practice?
(21) of the policy document, or if you're looking at council agenda, it's 288.
I guess that just relates back to the previous councillor's comment. It's just ensuring that there is the adequate facilities, and if you are constructing new facilities within the district, that they are multi-purpose. There's quite a change within the sporting dynamic at the moment, changing needs, and there's new sports coming on every year. Pickleball, 2 or 3 years ago, you never would have heard of it. It's the fastest growing sport in New Zealand at the moment, and is going berserk in the likes of Wellington, so they can't build facilities fast enough to keep up with that demand. And I guess that's where that comes in, is that we're having multi-purpose, or the ability to adapt and utilise facilities, existing facilities and new ones that have come on board for that, for the changing needs and the changing demographics that we have within a particular town. So each of these proposed actions is feedback that we've received from stakeholders as part of the stakeholder engagement that we did over a 6-month period. So we had a number of community meetings with groups and reached out to other sports clubs directly alongside officers as well. So that'll be a distinctive feedback that we will receive from one of those clubs or codes.
Because one of the challenges that we've got is being indicated about our growing population, and things like pickleball, it now suddenly means that our event centre is competing almost for the time available in that space. And so there's a real challenge. It'll be interesting to see how the framework that we're developing actually approaches that sort of issue, because the demand is there. And one of the figures that I plucked out of here was that 33% of our population is inactive. So the more we obviously can do to encourage them to be active and things like that, but that's about then, sort of directing resources to ensure that they're able to do that. So there's a real conflict in terms of that investment and what is available to be able to be done. But yeah, look, what you've highlighted here, I think, will give us some great sort of direction in terms of where we're going in that space, and I thank you for that.
Sorry, it's a tool for council to utilise. It's not taking any autonomy away in the decision-making framework from councillors or anything like that. It's really up to you, but it's ensuring that you guys have got eyes wide open when you're making any decisions with regards to the sporting facilities across the regional district. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you, gentlemen, for making the effort to be here. We really appreciate it. So, do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Proctor, seconder, Councillor Jennings.
I'll put the recommendation that we endorse the plan. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving to item 7.6, the Horowhenua Beach Road recreational pathway, and James is coming to the table to lead this item. And can I move a recommendation A and B, the report be received and recognised as not significant? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Welcome, James.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So I'm here to talk about a community-led project. You'll be remembering the presentation given by the community group in early November. So it's a proposal for a recreational pathway, initially connecting Donnelly Park adjacent to the lake through to Horowhenua Beach Road, heading north towards Arawhata Road. A lot of potential to expand this project into later stages, eventually to connect up to the Levin Golf Course, and possibly even connecting through a unformed legal road at the end of Moteri Road to connect to Waitiriri Beach Road, to deliver quite a impressive piece of recreational infrastructure. The discussion at the time around the table when seeing the briefing, the presentation from the community group, was wanting a bit more information from council and look at some options around how council could support it. What would that look like? What would that cost? What would that involve? So we've gone away, prepared this report and provided a couple of options, or 3 options. Before I talk about that, I do have to make a couple of small corrections to the report, unfortunately. I'll just note on page 299, paragraph 26 on the agenda, the paragraph should read completion of stage 1 is likely feasible by February 2025. In the report I said it is feasible. I just want to make sure that accurately reflects my confidence. And then again on page 299, paragraph 29.2, so a little point just detailing the potential costs. I've said professional services contending costs related to a walking bridge around the Arawhata drain would be approximately 25,000. I'd say there was actually supposed to be 20,000. Otherwise, I'm asking for $5,000 more. So with those corrections noted, I'll just continue to talk a little bit about how we see potential way forwards for council to support this project. So we would like to take a role where we're supporting the delivery, but we're not necessarily in control of the project like it is a council-controlled project. This presents us a lot of opportunities and benefits. It also carries some risks. So the project has been in train for a while, chugging steadily along with a lot of physical works, a lot of investigation work being done, a lot of community engagement. So we will have to do a bit of catch-up work and make sure that everything is covered to basically any other project that we would be involved in. We'd like to make sure the community engagement is basically sufficient for any project we'd normally be involved in, and if there's gaps, we'd look to identify them and close them out and make sure that engagement is completed prior to progressing. The benefits of the project are that there's just really no way we would be able to deliver the project at a lower cost than this community group is progressing. This project, if it's delivered successfully with our support by the group, it would be delivered far cheaper than we could deliver. The community group is very effective at convincing people to work for free or for cheap or for a discount or to deliver materials. I've tried the same thing in my capacity as the land transport manager, and I have not been as successful. There are some potential risks that we would need to do some work around controlling for around volunteer labour. So, as a little example, if our contractor hits a gas line that supplies gas to the entire country, it costs a lot of money, and they can be prosecuted, and they are insured to handle that. So that insurance liability piece and working around public infrastructure with a volunteer group, that's something we have to do some work on and cover off. Our general approach for that we foresee if the recommended option is approved by council would be to cover off these risks that we've identified before committing ourselves to funding any really physical works or any consultancies who might be helping with professional services or what have you. And I think that's about sums it up for me, but I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Councillor Often. Thanks for that great report. Very well outlined, obviously. I'm pretty impressed with the I guess the content and even the work to date. I guess as we progress, and I guess whether it's from stage 1 to 2 and 3. I guess my question is, like, as far as R&M, is this something we need to look at going forward in a long-term plan, annual plan, and that obviously this project will need some support going forward as far as more lime or whatever you're using for the actual pathway, etc. Because it's obviously going to need some sort of maintenance as we go on, whether it's in the short term, medium, or long.
Thank you for the question. In terms of operational impact of the infrastructure that goes ahead, it would be the best way for us to mitigate the costs is for us to be involved in the process and make sure that it's designed in a way that's maintenance friendly. It will have an operational cost impact. It's not a comparatively huge increase on our existing infrastructure. And the other point I'll make is that our cycle facilities maintenance budget is already been entirely pretty much slashed by NZTA. So when we put it in, we won't expect a lot of maintenance in the first couple of years, and by the next LTP and National Land Transport Program as well, would be looking and hoping to revise those budgets to be more appropriate. But yeah, we'd be tracking that asset, putting it on our asset management system, using that to calculate maintenance costs.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, James. And I know you've talked about risks, including health and safety being front of mind. Just again for transparency, Viv Bold and the public participation made the statement that the community group has, quote, no legal name and no legal status. Do you see any risks associated with that claim?
Thank you for the question, and that is a very good point. Really, a part of the purpose of this report is to get us the first step of being able to do the work to answer these sorts of questions and start going into those risks. It would be doing, after the report's work, getting to the point where we can say that this is how we mitigate each of these risks, and we would have expended a lot of officer time and officer costs involved in doing that. So that the liability, how they could be described as a person or company undertaking a business under the Health and Safety at Work Act, those are questions we need to lock down before any work happens. Absolutely. So I suppose to summarise what I'm spending too long saying is that we will cover the risks before the work happens.
James, I suppose on behalf of ratepayers, the prospect of spending this amount of money and then probably in a future annual plan, then being requested to again find some funding to support the project. Do you have a sense of what the total project cost is? If that, and I mean, I know they're relying on a lot of community help and assistance with that, and you've talked about the free work and assisted work they're going to get. But have they given you any idea as to what the total cost may be of the project?
There's a lot of ground to cover on that. So I would say if we were doing stages 2 and 3 as I've described in the report, I think it would be $2 to $3 million to get all the way there. There would just be so many opportunities for the community group to enable savings on that figure.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, James. So Councillor Alton, you're going to move it? Okay. All right. Do I have a second? Councillor Proctor? You'll move it. He'll second. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Moved by Councillor Proctor, second by Councillor Olsen. The Council approves the allocation of $45,000 from the Horowhenua Blueprint budget to support the delivery of Stage 1 of the Horowhenua Beach Road recreational pathway from Donnelly Park through to the Arafura Road via Horowhenua Beach Road. The motion, any discussion or debate? Councillor Proctor, Deputy Mayor, I'll beat you.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to say this is a great initiative. It's as been outlined, it's a great initiative on how the community can contribute to good outcomes. In a bit of tongue in cheek, I want to say in 1940s, I think Horowhenua got a road. Since that time, we've had a landfill and the pot and some wastewater discharge, but we haven't had much else. So it's great to see that the Horowhenua area is going to be dragged into the 21st century and get its first footpath. So I encourage you all to support this initiative.
Deputy Mayor.
No, I won't add much except to say that the proven benefits of such investment exist in Foxton. The cycleway to the beach and consequently the loop creation through Palmer Road. The benefits are enormous. This is hugely exciting. It's going to be much bigger, much better, and again community driven, as indicated by Councillor Proctor, makes it even more special.
Endorse that, and just want to acknowledge the community group that are putting this together. Talking to someone from the golf club the other day, they're already preparing for the hordes of people that are going to be going past their door and thinking of coffee carts and different things that they're going to be able to take the opportunity for. So, look, I certainly wish this group well in terms of what it's doing, and hopefully, we look forward to working on it, at least stage 1 in early next year. So put that recommendation, unless there's anyone else who wishes to speak to it. Councillor Timmy.
Kia Chris. Interesting conversation. Just picking up on two of those public speakers this morning that actually both talked about the mandating stuff and the 45k and how they thought it should or shouldn't be used. I just wanted to note that as we received that this morning. And while I love the initiative, I wonder whether it's a fluffy thing that we're trying to do here, when there's, as I heard earlier this morning, we've got much more important things apparently to be getting on with as a district. And so I'm not entirely sure if this is one of them. If we were going to pass this motion, we actually have to re-amend the motion because it's actually 40k I think you're requesting, because you had a 5k reduction on 29.2. So that's no longer 45k. Oh, it would have been 50. I'll correct myself there. I'm probably not going to support it. There's a couple of reasons why. One, I can see in the engagement list there's certain representatives that have been asked and questioned around this, and I do question conflicts of interest here. So I'm going to raise that again, that we've got decision makers that are actually involved in many parts of this. Secondly, the area of land you're going over is not just significant to one iwi, it's actually significant to more. And so what interests me is, do we actually know the area we're traversing out there? Do we know the history of the area from both perspectives? Because there's actually an area there called the Kopua Pangopango Track. And so that actually takes up a completely different conversation and is actually a culturally sensitive location, probably for both iwi. So for that reason, it's unfortunate I can't support it today. And I'm really concerned because, as again in the public speaking, it's said that there's certain parties that don't represent owners and iwi in that space, and they're not here as being engaged, yet they are here in front of this council regularly saying the same thing, and they are acknowledged kaumātua of the district. So those are my reasonings. I'm worried about the risk. I'm worried about the fact that we're handing out money for a project that's millions of dollars in the making. We're not concentrating on our current roadways and corridors. We're not even putting safe walking and cycling on roads we already have, let alone designing and building new ones to go to lands I would consider as sensitive. So yeah, sorry, I won't be supporting it.
Just in respect of those two members of the public who spoke to us this morning, I was a little sort of surprised at that view, because both were present at a Lake Domain Board meeting where the proposal was put and endorsed by everyone that was there, including trustees of the lake. And so, you know, it was with some confidence that things were able to move to the next step, because there was general agreement from everybody that it should proceed. So I was a little surprised at those comments that were made today, that they weren't aware of the intention of the project or how it was being delivered.
No, thank you for that. And because I wasn't there, I don't know. But what I do know from those people is some people felt like they didn't have a voice in it.
Well, it was offered to them. It was offered to them. Councillor Proctor, write a reply if you wish. Okay, thank you. So I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Boyle?
In favour.
Thank you. Motion's carried. Right, moving to item 7.7, which is the Foxton and Foxton Beach Community Plan on a page. And Susan and Robin are coming to the table. Move recommendations A and B, that the report be received and recognised as not significant. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council. Today we present this report seeking endorsement of the Foxton and Foxton Beach Community Plan on a page. This community plan on a page has been created through various engagements with the Foxton and Foxton Beach people. This has included workshops and meetings with groups, businesses, organisations and individuals. We've had emails, letters and conversations from and with residents. Feedback on the draft community plan on a page was sought, and while we had over 90 people submit feedback, this has resulted in only minor changes to the draft and overwhelming responses that we have captured the community aspirations well in this plan. This community plan on a page has been reviewed by the Te Auahu Foxton Community Board and the Foxton Futures Group and endorsed by both. If Council endorses the Foxton and Foxton Beach Community Plan on a page today, this will provide the support and mandate for officers to continue to advance the implementation of this. I am, of course, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Susan. Any questions of Susan or Robin? Councillor Brady.
Quick comment and a question. Actually, I'll leave the comment to the next. A question is in terms of guys and Rhonda, great work. In terms of the ongoing monitoring of the plan with the Community Board and Foxton Futures Group, how will we keep that plan alive over that time?
So the next piece of work that we're embarking on is setting up a sort of a reimagined Foxton Futures Group, and part of the role that they will provide will be part of that group will be to monitor and report on what's progressing with that plan.
There don't appear to be any further questions. Thank you. That was easy, wasn't it? Yeah.
You've answered them all, of course, in the report, of course. Okay. So I see Deputy Mayor Allen itching to touch his button and speak to move this item, no doubt.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
No, and look, I think possibly one of the reasons there aren't many questions is because of what a thorough and wonderful process it has been. And again, just thank Susan and Robert and the rest of the team who have led this process. This proposed structure, Mr. Mayor, is on page 328, which is what the sort of governance and how the thing could work. The Foxton Futures Group did meet last Thursday, the 5th of December, to talk about the business of what that next step, how will it look in terms of reality, who will do what. Of the 6 themes, Horizons and HDC will have a role in 2 of those 6 themes, and leadership, with the other 4 yet to be headhunted, I guess. I want to acknowledge the role of our CE, who has been quietly working alongside the community in terms of that strategic thinking about how it can work. And thank you, Monique, for the advice you've given there, particularly around getting the process right. I was at the 5th of December meeting said, I suggest this person, that person, and so on. But Monique quite rightly said, hold on, should we not go through a more deliberative process and actually put it out, take our time so everyone's aware of the opportunities, everyone has a chance to apply. So the timeline is hopefully by late January, we will have our leaders in place and in turn the people who sit alongside them. So it's a good process. It's going to happen. It'll be late January. The board was unanimous in its endorsement. And again, I think it's a wonderful initiative, and it's really great to see Shannon starting to move along that line too, led very much too by Councillor Olsen. So it is with pleasure that I move recommendation C.
It was a long-winded way of moving
Well,
a motion, but anyway,
Mr. Mayor, we have to acknowledge these things.
you do. Councillor Brannigan is seconding. All right. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I do, thank you. And listen, very quickly, once again, acknowledge the team for the work they've done on this. It always amazes me when we go to the community engagements and people are putting their ideas up and they're writing on whiteboards or bits of paper, and you wonder how the heck they're going to pull this thing together and get any sense out of all of those things. I know you're very experienced in doing it, but I just need to acknowledge the work because this is coming out in a brilliant fashion. And for me, the 2 pillars, the initial pillars, the key priority areas in terms of the natural environment and the nature environment enabling themes and actions. There's probably things in there that I think the community's been looking for a long time in terms of the protection of that natural environment, but also enabling it. And I think if we go back to the Waikawa subject this morning, there's always been that tension between the natural environment and the human activities on that natural environment. And I think this has given us a platform to really lead the way, and with Foxton Futures Group and the community coming together on this, responding to this blueprint, this thing, to really lead the way in how we do look after that natural environment, but also enable those very important human activities that take place in that area. We think about a Ramsar, we think about the Foxton River Loop. There's so much work that to be done there, to be supported by a plan like this, with people in the community with the passion and the energy to really make a difference. So I just wanted to, one, acknowledge the work, but 2, the sort of level of excitement that I have, not only in that part, but across the whole plan. I think it's just top stuff and really great. Looking forward to it.
Put the recommendation. All those in favour? Sorry, we need to just remind you what that is. The council endorsed the Foxton Beach Community Plan on the page. Moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Just endorsing those words. Sorry, did you want to speak to that after we've voted?
I would like to make a subsequent motion.
Oh, okay. Right.
well, it says on page 328 that part of the governance structure will be 3 elected members, one from HTC, one from Te Awahoe Foxton Community Board, and one from Horizons Regional Council. I would have thought it was appropriate today that we considered who that appointment from HTC would be. If not, happy to leave it till the new year, but what's the process around that appointment in the new year if you want to be ready by January? Given that I'm already the Foxton Futures appointed first councillor. Yeah, so that's what I'm asking. As if I was to raise a subsequent motion, it would be that we would endorse a member of HTC today to that group.
Your advice?
Through you, Your Worship, wrongly or rightly, I think we just assumed that we would fall on the appointment that already exists, which is you as the substantive representative and Councillor Allen is your backup, is my understanding.
Yeah, I just wanted to make clarity around it because I heard you say you want to move quickly in the new year, but I think part of today we could have actually endorsed that now, and then we're not having that conversation. That was all. It was just timely.
So, probably just to add a little bit to the conversation is that whilst we want to get moving quickly, part of that is to be going out to the community to seek the interest for people to fulfil the roles within that structure. And then there's obviously a point in time where we've got a list of names and we come back. And so in terms of that structure existing with people in the roles and meeting in that way, that's further into the new year. So comfortable with the discussion, but also just wanted to allay any concerns that there was suddenly going to be a meeting in January of a group of people. The appointment process is going to take a little bit longer than that.
And Councillor Tamihana, you're not indicating that you wish to be removed from Foxton Futures by any means, are you?
No, not at all. It was just I was very clear that right now we're talking about the Foxton Community Plan on a page which isn't entirely a Foxton Futures owned process. And so in that regard, myself, Nina, Ross and David could attest to being part of the community plan. But this has been quite specifically identified as Foxton Futures. I just wanted to ensure that if it's me, happy to carry on. Yep. But if I needed to have that endorsement today, then I would have sought that from the table. But I'm comfortable with where we are.
I think you can, without having a recommendation, that endorsement is taken for granted. Thank you. Okay, look forward to future positive development of the plan and getting regular reporting back. It's great to see. So endorse everything that's been said about it. Okay, 7.8 we are now at on page 335, the adoption for policy for responding to external consultations. Caro is coming to the table, so move recommendation A and B, the report be received and recognised not significant. Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Caro.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon again, Council. This draft policy is presented in response to Council's request that such a policy be developed about responding to external consultations. This policy aims to provide a clear and consistent approach to guide officers and to provide more certainty to elected members about what they will receive when. While the current process about responding to external consultations has been effective, with officers making a process work to ensure that submissions on behalf of Council have been submitted, the process for each of these has been varied on a case-by-case basis, sometimes out of necessity to ensure that submissions have been made within short consultation timeframes. There's a reasonably steady stream of legislative and policy direction and reform coming out of government with more signal through 2025. Having a defined policy can help manage expectations and can also help save time over having to establish what process will be followed on a case-by-case basis. Feedback from elected members has informed development of the policy, and further feedback from elected members was sought on the draft policy via email in August, with the policy updated to reflect the feedback provided by elected members. The report today seeks to close out this process and presents the updated policy for adoption by Council. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions? Councillor Tamihana.
Kia ora, Karo. Thanks for your report. Seems like I've got lots to say today. Look, the note I wrote here, and sorry it's not a question, but hopefully you'll frame a question out of my note. It was about, and I think today we've had an example about how we as elected members can or can't engage in things, and I feel this potentially could have an impact. So what I noted was, I wanted to ensure it doesn't impede an already legal processes or stymies the ability for elected members to engage, as is their right on behalf of their constituents. So if that makes sense to you, that's sort of my question / comment, because I am a little bit worried that a policy like this might actually negate some of us being able to raise matters, as is what's happened today, and then it shuts you down without having an ability to bring a notice of motion, as an example, because the matter's already being signalled as they don't want it brought forward. So I'm just, if we can think about what happened this morning and then relate to what I'm saying is, I don't want it to stymie the ability of elected members to ever be able to voice their representation or voice. Yes. That's the question / comment. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, to answer your question, Councillor Tamihana, I'm wondering whether what you're suggesting is 2 additions to the policy, and I might not have understood your question right, but whether there is a point at the bottom of the policy that reads that this policy does not supersede standing orders, which is, like, if I'm honest, is inferred, but what I'm hearing from you is you want that to be explicit. And then what I'm also wondering is whether there also needs to be a deliberate addition, which is that this policy does not take away elected members' ability to make comment or submissions in their personal capacity. Does that answer your question?
I don't see any reason why that can't be added to the policy, but there may be other issues. Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I was going to proceed with a procedural motion to lay them out on the table, but the items that Councillor Tamihana has profiled, I would have no problem for inclusion. What I was looking to do is to make that procedural motion to lay it on the table, given what we've heard this morning in terms of the debate, where there was some discussion around inconsistent approach to submissions. I feel like there might just be and this is no criticism to staff in terms of where we've arrived, we had an opportunity to feedback, but I'm just thinking it would be useful for me to reflect on the discussion today around how this document might just be enhanced and whether there could be a bit of reworking in terms of to be quite explicit about certain different pathways. So that's where I sit. And so, yeah, I wanted to move that this matter be laid on the table.
We've had a mover of procedural motion. Do I have a seconder for that?
Happy to second that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ball. So, in that case, can I have a show of hands who are in favour of leaving the item on the table? Pretty much unanimous. All right. Further work required. Sorry, Caro. I think the idea is that we don't want to lose the flexibility of the number of different scenarios that can be, that arise out of all sorts of things that happen going on. Thank you. I don't think it needs much extra, to be honest. I think it just needs tweaking. All right. As Blair
comes to the table. We're moving to 7.9, which is delegations under Section 213 of the Building Act 2004. So move recommendations A and B. The report be received and noted and recognised as not significant. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So, welcome, Blair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not significant and not long, this one, so I'll take it as read because there's only a couple of paragraphs. Essentially seeking delegations for the Chief Executive under Section 213 of the Building Act to enable us to engage other BCAs to assist us in work in the development space in a more rapid and easy manner. So a little bit of red tape to cut lots of red tape is really the intent. So we have one at the moment who we could utilise. So our ability to expedite that would be greatly enhanced with this delegation.
No, I didn't even get to talk to it.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. It was largely procedural. Sorry.
This is not a quick one for me, I'm afraid. Yeah, I know that it's to make things operationally easier, but I actually have some real concerns about this delegation. There's a couple of questions for me. One, who are these local BCAs? Are they private BCAs or are these other council authorities? And whoever these BCAs are, whether they're private or particularly private, if they are, can they approve their own projects and consents? And how do we manage conflicts of interest when we're using external providers when I don't know who they are or what it is they're potentially consenting?
Through Your Worship, the other BCAs or other councils, the opportunity, no private ones in this instance, the opportunity here is to obviously assist them because they've got resources employed that we can utilise, and so it's a council-to-council assistance thing. They have no ability to sign off anything on their own behalf. Essentially, they'll operate under our quality management systems and they'll operate under our direction. Liability, as it does currently across the country, still resides with the council here. Unless we sought to change that, it would be a little bit more difficult, but it is in line with the national sort of direction that's travelling at the moment around us sharing resources to better service our people.
That's really good. Thanks for those answers. The only other final question from me would be, if an external party as such is doing the consenting, do we get to see what they're consenting as elected officials? So is there a report that comes back and says this many have been done internally and this many have been done by another council somewhere?
Through Your Worship, yes, certainly we can provide that information already available.
Just noting though, that council is not acting for that council. That council employee is acting for Horowhenua District Council. The best way I could describe this, Councillor Tamihana, is we know that building consent officers are it's a skill and a resource that all councils struggle with. We've got a number of councils around New Zealand which in the economic downturn have capacity. We're not in that position. We have no capacity, so we need other councils to help us so that we can continue to process building consents within the statutory timeframe. So it's us using resources that councils would otherwise have to dispose of.
So we've actually put the recommendation that's passed. Lee, I just want to acknowledge your team and the fact that getting 100% for the last 2 months is, I think, something to be really acknowledged and congratulated on. So please pass on to your team the good work they're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're now moving to 7.10, which is the Heritage Strategy, and Jacinta and Lauren are joining us. Moving recommendation A and B, the report be received and recognised as not significant. I have a seconder for that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Welcome.
So kia ora koutou. Today I would like to introduce the Heritage Strategy Report for decision. I would just like to reflect that report provided today is guided by Council direction, both via the resolution and also at previous Council workshops, and any further information provided outside of those. I'd like to take the report as written and would open up to any questions.
Thank you. Short and brief. Any questions of Jacinta or Lauren? Doesn't appear so. Done such a great job, Jacinta, that everyone's happy. Okay. All right, so we have recommendations C and D. Recommendation C, the Council agrees to retain the existing heritage strategy without further update or refinement, and D, that Council notes that retaining the strategy enables the actions identified in the heritage strategy to continue via other broader work streams such as community plans and district plan changes, and the costs of implementing actions be met from the associated operating budgets. Someone happy to move those two? Councillor Jennings, seconded by Councillor Brannigan. Any discussion or debate on those? Deputy Mayor.
I promise to be brief because it was well workshopped, but the key words in D are about how we can input through community plans, and in particular now the fully formed one, Foxton Community Plan under the Culture Heritage PO in that plan, and also the opportunities through district plan, a longer term, not part of the omnibus, but through a longer term planning process, particularly around the heritage precinct idea, maybe toughening up that. So very happy to support it.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, the reason I moved it is because I wanted to speak before Deputy Mayor Allen. Just to acknowledge, obviously, this has been well workshopped, and obviously the report also talks to the sites of significance district plan work stream that Councillor Tamihara and I are appointed to in terms of providing that steering. So that will obviously there'll be some further action and activity around that next year.
Thank you. I'll put those recommendations. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So we're now getting through. We're up to page 359, which is 7.11, which is the live-in wastewater treatment plant long-term location. And that, as Daniel moves to the table, can I move recommendations A and B? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, Daniel.
Afternoon. Would like to remind Council that this is not a new matter. We have outlined the need in the 2021 and 2024 long-term plans to fund and plan the replacement of our wastewater treatment plant. We have a plant that's 1950s technology. The intention is to replace that plant with a modern fit-for-purpose facility that will not only provide resilience and account for growth, but provide a much more quality wastewater that is currently discharged to our disposal site out at the pot. Planning on this project is well advanced, and as part of the live-in wastewater treatment plant master plan, there is significant investment planned to be underway from mid-2025. It's acknowledged that the township of Live-in and the plant is located in close proximity to Lake Punahou. In previous generations, wastewater and stormwater have caused harm to the environment. A critical decision was made in the 1980s to relocate the discharge of that wastewater out to a facility known as the pot. Further in the early 2000s, there were storm events that resulted in near catastrophe with an inability of the wastewater system to cope with that wastewater, and subsequently a new pipeline was put to the pot to ensure that when the wastewater arrives from the township at the treatment plant, there's an ability to treat it and dispose of it from that site. We do, however, stand here today with a very real risk that eventually we could, whether it's mechanical or structural, we can't keep band-aiding that existing plant, and that work has been well advanced to understand what those risks are and how we would initiate a staged improvement plan. All feasible measures are being put in place to manage those risks, including refurbishment of elements like the digesters in recent years. There's significant costs, but they provide very little long-term value. At a previous council briefing, we did have a further discussion around options to relocate the plant. Some further work has been done around that, but in parallel continued with the plannings around the urgent plant replacements. The report provides an update on that further investigation, in addition to some of the work that's been carried out over the last 15 years, looking at that viability of relocating the plant. So, without further questions, obviously, happy to take those, but a lot of the detail on those reports is provided in the attachments in the report, which I'll take as read.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions? There appears to be none. Thank you. All right, so do I have anyone who's prepared to move the recommendation? Councillor Barker, seconder. Councillor Jennings, thank you. So, I assume recommendation C. I didn't specify that. The council approve option A, the proposed approach to upgrade the Levin wastewater treatment plant at its current site, consulted on with the community as part of the 2024-44 long-term plan. Any discussion or debate on that matter? Councillor Proctor.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. There's no way I can support having the wastewater treatment plant in its current location. There's far too much risk to the lake for me. Despite that, I understand all the practicalities and all the workshops we've been through and fully take on board the direction this council has to take, but I just want to note my disapproval with where the wastewater treatment plant is.
Thank you, Senator. Councillor Tamiya.
Kia ora. Thank you for the report. And thank you to the submitter also that raised this matter this morning again and continues to advocate on behalf of the lake, as do many in our community. Taking on board Councillor Proctor's points, I totally support those, but however, because I know the need now and I know the future need and the future aspirations, I could support option A, but only with an amendment to that option. I don't know if I've used the right word, but the wording for me that I'd like to signal to the table that I'd like to have included in there is if council continue to commit to feasibility assessments of a new location for that plant. Because I don't think the motion goes far enough. I think it just gives it a license to occupy. We get an upgraded plant, that's great, but what it's not allowing for is us to continue to explore other locations for a treatment plant in the future. So that's what I'm asking the table to consider as an amendment.
Sorry, so I've got a proposed amendment. Do we need to, is there a seconder for that amendment? Sorry? Want to hear it again?
So as I said, I'm happy to support what's in that motion, but I need an additional sentence in there that ensures that council will continue to investigate alternative sites for future location of the Levin wastewater treatment plant.
So an amendment's been proposed, it's been seconded by Councillor Young. Is there any further questions or?
So,
Councillor Breen.
question to Monique, and I absolutely get what Councillor Tamahan is trying to implement here. Just the practicalities of it. Going to spend a lot of money on this site, obviously as an upgrade. How do we in the future, even though there's that resolution, keep that resolution, I guess, alive? Because and what is the time? Are we talking 50 years time? We're talking 30 years time? We just want to keep that conversation alive. That's sort of the great. I absolutely understand what you're trying to do, and probably happy to support it. But in reality, how does that work?
So without speaking for Councillor Tamihana, but if I pick up the sentiment of what I heard from Councillor Tamihana at last week's workshop. This is recognition that in our current context, both whether that be financial or infrastructure environment, an acceptance that we need to get on with option A, but an acknowledgement that this is, I suppose, signposting hope for the future into the long term. In terms of how we keep it alive, it would form part of the resolution monitoring report. Probably what I would encourage is that what an option might be just to add to be considered as part of future water service delivery, to be considered as part of the future water services delivery plan, because I think an acknowledgement that actually under the current legislation we operate in, it's not going to be our long-term plan that captures this resolution, and nor is it necessarily going to be our infrastructure strategy. It's actually going to be what a water services delivery plan gives a nod to in terms of future growth aspirations for the district.
Thank you for that, Monique, because that made total sense to me. And it is about what I raised at the workshop around the future of water and CCOs, and I was always concerned that we wouldn't have the ability to put future aspirations of ours in front of them. So I think a motion like this might actually give them a steer from the day one, I think.
Can we debate the?
Yeah, so we can. Yes, the amendments on the table.
So I just need some clarity in terms of, does the amendment form part of the substantive recommendation, or is it a separate item?
So, at this point, if you agree to the amendment, you're agreeing to the entire motion as amended. If the amendment fails, it then goes back to the original amendment as moved by Councillor Barker and seconded by Councillor Jennings. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So,
right.
So Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, look, so I get the sentiment and I understand what's trying to be achieved. My issue and why I won't support the amendment is because what this paper is about is giving certainty to officers to make the investments in the current plant that will then have a life period, a lifetime in terms of those components and that investment. And what this amendment does is it's sort of a way of trying to signal but also bind the future council, but not really. I think the better option, and I would support you if we did it this way, which is that when council comes at its next LTP or an infrastructure strategy, which is a 30-year infrastructure strategy, that's our key document in relation to future challenges, future options, future signals around what we want to do with our infrastructure. That for me is where we would signal that, and it could be a statement to the effect that is, in 50 years' time, as technology evolves, whatever, as the current plant comes to its end of its economic and life, that's where we want to head. But for me, I don't really want to do this now. I think it'd be better to properly consider that and the impact of that, and try and make sure that if there's consensus around that it goes into the infrastructure strategy at the right time. So that's just my take on it.
Councillor Barker.
Yeah, it kind of muddies the waters to me. I think we need to keep this simple. Whilst, in all due respect, I absolutely respect the spirit of it, I still think that we just simply need to get on with this without further confusion or complication. And the only other thing that concerns me is that basically, if we're going to keep this alive, the cash register is still ringing in terms of officer time. To be fair, well.
All right, if no one wishes to speak, then the right of reply, Councillor Tamihana. Councillor Young.
I just wanted to say, I feel like we're looking to progress the same way, but it's just, keeping. We're starting now, planning for our future. Really, it's just, look, we're financially constrained, going for option A, but we've got to stop. We don't want it there. Yeah.
Councillor Tamihana.
Oh, kia ora everyone. Look, thank you for everyone's considered feedback, and I hear what everyone's saying. I'm very much of the opinion that you can't plan for the future unless you plant a seed, and so this is about planting the seed. Nothing grows without a seed, I'm afraid. So I'm quite happy, and so is Councillor Young, to progress this amendment and vote on the matter. I'm very aware there is a life expectancy of the upgraded plant, and that life expectancy of that plant, from my understanding, is probably 50, 60 years if you're lucky. If that doesn't give us some time to consider the future of that plant and some long-term plan thinking and setting aside some committed funds in the further future than right now, then why wouldn't we? So, yeah, that's all. I just, again, encourage my fellow councillors to think about the future in their own models. Kia ora.
Okay, so the recommendation now reads that Council approve option A, the proposed approach to upgrade the Horowhenua wastewater treatment plant at its current site, consulted on with the community as part of the 2024-44 long-term plan, and Council continue to explore other options for alternative future sites to be considered as part of the future water services delivery plan. So, sorry.
Mr. Mayor, can I request a point of clarification?
Certainly.
Before we vote, because what Councillor Tamihana outlined was helpful, and so my question probably is, if this resolution passes, what is the operational impact? What is it? What's the impact? Because, yeah, I think that, yeah.
So, through your worship, my impression and understanding of these resolutions is that we as officers therefore have mandate to go ahead with option A. So that is the proceeding with the urgent and important, but also I suppose it's all urgent, but we're proceeding with the investment in the long-term plan on the basis that the wastewater treatment plant is staying at its current location. But what we're doing in addition to that is, as we give you advice, as we prepare for transition to whatever the CCO entity is, that we are ensuring that Council's strategic documents speak to a vision around an alternate future site sometime in the future. So we're not going to go spend a whole lot of money doing more plans, because I think Council will attest to you've got all of those reports. This is about strategically signalling to the future governors of water services, whoever that might be, that actually this community has a vision that it's somewhere else into the future.
So you've got your clarity around that. Okay, so the motion's on the table. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Sorry? That became this. Right. So, we move on. Thank you. We've dealt with 7.12, so we're now moving to 8.1, which is the interim organisation performance report for December 2024, and just move that the report be received and noted. Seconded by Councillor Brannigan. Thank you. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Anything you wish to add to that, officers or Chief Executive?
Take the report as read, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so the motion's on the table. I'll put that recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Anything you wish to add to that, officers or Chief Executive?
Take the report as read, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Deputy Mayor.
Just a question around on page 450, the Lake Domain Board had its second meeting at the end of November on the OPR report. Did that take place, and anyone wish to comment on it, if so?
Councillor Horowhenua, would you like to comment on that?
Apologies, can you repeat your question? I don't want to
Just to confirm that the second meeting, Councillor, of the Lake Domain Board did take place. The answer to that, yes. Just whether you wanted to give any updates, that's all, about how it went.
Kia ora for that, Deputy Mayor. Yes, so we did have the Lake Domain Board meeting, and we're just currently working with police on procedures for having people removed from the domain, and that's an ongoing process that we're working through at the moment. But otherwise, it's been pleasantly and surprisingly a collaborative approach between the Domain Board and the Lake Trustees and HDC staff.
And I can attest that there is progress being made, albeit, slowly, but, it's taken some years for the Domain Board to be reconfigured, and, there's definitely a positive direction that it's going on, yeah. Councillor Grimstone. I spent some time getting some questions, but I picked 3 top things actually that I really liked from the report. Thank you to Blair and his team. I think the vested assets process that mentioned in here, and that obviously we've been briefed on, is a really good piece of work. Also highlighting the both the community plans for Foxton that we've obviously endorsed today, but also the work that's begun in Shannon. So congratulations, Paul, and officers on the way that work is progressing. I also wrote down the progress in the Lake Domain Board as well as sort of another highlight. So 2 questions. The new digital signage that was mentioned that's been trialled at Te Takari, the report indicated you're exploring 2 more options. So I was just keen on knowing where else.
Through you, Your Worship, I think that's operational detail that we might need to refer to our staff on, and so we'll come back to you on that, Councillor Grimstone.
That's all right. Noting on page 451 regarding the planting, I did have a question around if council communication channels are being used to promote those community planting initiatives in terms of raising awareness that they're happening, but be encouraging wider community participation in those.
Through you, Worship. Look, Councillor Grimstone, I think there is an improvement opportunity there, and also highlighting elected members' potential involvement in that work, and that's something we've had conversations about internally.
Also noting on page, I think it was 456, no, I didn't write the page down, it's another one, the wellbeing dashboard, and just noted that it's been created and it got its first presentation to the Wellbeing Committee a little while ago. Just wondering whether that could potentially be made publicly available on our website, similar to what the operational performance report is available in the same manner.
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, I believe we can do that. No problem at all. I would imagine it's part of the community wellbeing agenda anyway, so it will be publicly available. Yeah.
I guess the reference was you could easily Google it on the Horowhenua Council website and it will pop up. Yeah. I just also had a question. It was more a knowledge thing, but the reference on page 456, the Manawatu Estuary Plan.
and preparing a plan to go to the Ramsar convention. And the question I've got is, why is this important?
Why is the Ramsar Convention important?
No, why is the way that is going to
Oh,
important? What's the relevance of that piece of mahi?
so the plan is significantly important because what it does is allows us to give confidence to retaining Ramsar status. So the convention is not a convention like a conference or expo. The convention is like you can kind of call it like scrutiny committee to confirm that not just council but all the different players that contribute to giving effect to that plan are committed to that mahi.
So kind of like a process where if you wanted to keep your green flag parks, you would. And sorry, last one. Just in relation to on page 452, this one might be for you, Brent or Lacey, noting the RFP process for the sports review process. I just also wondered whether the intent was to link in the shade review to inform that piece of work at the same time as well, or have we got an assumption that those two will go side by side?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Your Worship, that, to be honest with you, that isn't something that we had considered. The shade audit review is something we're doing alongside Cancer Society New Zealand, and is occurring across a number of different councils across the Manawatu area. And so there is already a process in place for undertaking that mahi, but certainly something we can, note and look at.
Councillor Jennings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one from me today, and it relates to capital program underspend. So it's on page 447, and the report on 4466, which is our confidence report. I read them together, which says to me, yeah, we've got an underspend in terms of where we thought we would be with the capital program, but actually we're not worried about it. We have high level of confidence. Things are tracking well. We'll recover that underspend quickly, and as we progress with those projects, but that we are on track to do what we're going to say we're going to do. We will do what we said we will do by the end of the year. Is that a fair overview?
Daniel. That's a fair overview. We also have in our internal monthly planning session around capital projects for this year tomorrow, and we'll be casting our mind towards the 25-26 financial year as well, so that when we're back in the new year, our first capital project steering group meeting can do that kind of 3 month out from end of financial year review, but also that look ahead to the following year. So yeah, we'll provide some more visibility in the new year around that, but confident and can confirm your summary. Thank you.
Councillor Tamihana.
Kia ora, thank you for the report. There's lots in here, lots of good stuff. Just a couple of points, from me is just one, thanks for the great work from the team across all of the stuff you're doing, particularly around the Fox and Beach community plan, the Shannon community plan. I think that's some great work that's happening there. There was a couple of matters I did want to raise, maybe a little bit contentiously, but I'll raise them anyway. Page 460, Otuanau. Championing legacy outcomes. And in there it's got a comment that there's a strong focus on supporting Māori and local businesses. Given the dynamic time we're in, I sometimes feel statements like these can create some misperceptions out there in our community, and this is where that do Māori get favouritism type stuff. So for me, if we're going to put something like that in there, Māori are already part of your local community. They didn't need to be identified in the report as being separate. If you're going to put Māori in a report like this, then at least give some context. The context I'm talking about is whatever the Crown have determined is an outcome that they must achieve via the treaty. Now there'll be some sort of percentiles or some sort of outcomes or something somewhere that would indicate why that's an outcome. So I'm just saying that for me, that's not enough. My Māori community are already part of the community, and Māori businesses are also part of local businesses. They didn't need to be really classified unless there's an intent. So I'll leave that there. And the other one I was just going to ask again quickly, but I'm going to ask it because it's a top priority. Sorry, Monique, to direct this at you. But how are we going around page 451, enhancing Māori relationships?
Specifically in relation to the Māori Engagement Framework, Councillor Tamihana, is that your question?
Well, I think in general, because to be honest with you, how we treat our partners now doesn't just sit in the framework, but it actually sits across our organisation as a whole. And so it's how are we going? Because how are we as elected members, how are our community going? How's our partners going? Are there staff in the building perhaps that are feeling the grind of what's going on right now? Because I know there are. So it's really that. How are we going in enhancing Māori relationships? Because that's what it says. It doesn't say partners, doesn't say Roko, doesn't say Moapuko, it just says Māori.
Yeah,
and the reason I'm sorry, Monique, I don't mean to cut you off, but every single paper that I'm reading today has context of Māori, has context of engagement, has context of expectation on our partners. But today we made a decision. How does that affect enhancing our Māori relationships?
So through you, Your Worship, and Councillor Tamihana, like it sounds like there is you've got an answer to some of those questions already. Certainly the description as I see it is that we're working really hard to develop a framework that is enduring, but that the framework is connected to so many other pieces inside the organisation of mahi that's been going on for a long time, mahi that needs to start, and mahi that hasn't yet started. It is a challenging space, and it's challenging because there are a whole lot of different perspectives, but sitting at the heart of those perspectives is some existing partnerships and some new partnerships. I certainly don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on the decision of elected members today, but just like there are different views around this table, there'll be views inside our organisation, but in the community as well. And so I think how is it going? I think that's a conversation that elected members need to collectively have around how is it going and what do we do to shift the dial and to nurture that community outcome that Council's committed to around partnership with tangata whenua.
Kia ora, thank you, Monique. I appreciate that.
This is not necessarily contained in the report, Monique and maybe Lisa, but with the closure of the Chronicle, what are we sort of conversations are we having? And I know there are conversations going on in the community. I'm involved in some of those myself. But in the meantime, until we get maybe a solution, what's our plan to continue to ensure that community are connected?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We have a plan. We've got a couple of plans, like a plan A and a plan B. Plan B, if we were not to have a local paper, whether it was through NZME or otherwise, is really about doubling down on our digital capability. So we have probably around 35% of our ratepayers' email addresses at the moment, which isn't really good enough. And so what we need to do is go hard on securing digital contact details of our residents and our ratepayers so we can more effectively communicate with them through digital channels like email, while at the same time exploring options like, does council publish a monthly community connection and look at distribution avenues in the supermarkets and things like that to continue with a printed type publication,
we do have, we are bound by legislation in terms of how we notify our public of some decisions. So public notices around plan changes and things are required to be in print. So I'm just working with other councils to understand what they're doing with other community papers that are being lost as well. But the answer is like really, we've got a team that are dedicated to looking at our customer records and cleaning them up and doing a whole lot of work in the back end to make sure we've got really clean, up-to-date data that we can use. But what I'd like to see as well is really targeted communication to people that are directly affected by certain things. So, for example, we've got a dog policy and bylaw coming up, and we'd like to go directly to dog owners and ask them for early engagement around responsible dog owners rules and what that means to them and what they'd like council to do. So that's sort of where we're focusing our efforts.
Cool. Thank you. All right. Moving on to 8.2, which is the Council Resolution and Actions Monitoring Report for December. I move that the report be received and noted. Seconded by Councillor Olsen. All those in favour? Any items on that report councillors wish to highlight? There appear to be none, so moving to 8.3, the Long-Term Plan 2024-44 Monitoring Report for December. Move that the report be received and noted. Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Again, are there any items that councillors wish to bring to attention or receive clarity on? Again, there appear none, so thank you. We now move to our last item, which is to move to public excluded of the proceedings of this meeting to discuss C1, the Economic Development Independent Service Delivery Model Review, and C2, the Council Resolution Actions Monitoring Report for December 2024. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Allen. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We'll take a 5-minute break while we adjourn and come back for that item. Thank you.